So, good morning, all, and welcome to the day 6 of this service sponsored AI and machine learning application in healthcare workshop. So, today it's my immense pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Lokesh Kumar Singh. He is an additional professor and head in Department of Psychiatry at AIMS Raipur. He has completed his MBBS from MGM Medical College, Indore in 2001, Diploma in Psychological Medicine from Central University of Psychiatry, Ranchi in 2005. He got various research grants from various places like Science and Engineering Research Board, Indian Psychiatric Society grant, Chhattisgarh State Planning Commission grant, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Health and Family Welfare, etc. He has published more than 50 research papers in various journals and conferences. Also, he has published 2 book chapters. He has 2 academic honors such as Pune Psychiatrist Association Award 2019 and a Best Paper Award in Central Psychiatric Society 2021. So this was just a brief bio of Dr. Lokesh Kumar Singh sir. Now it's time to felicitate our guest. So I would like to call Dr. Anurag sir to please present a token of gratitude to Dr. Lokesh Kumar Singh sir. Sir, please. Now may I invite Dr. Lokesh Kumar sir to please deliver his talk. Sir, please.
So first of all, I would like to extend my thanks to Anurag ji for inviting me here. And this is the very first time I came here in this beautiful campus of IIIT. So it was a nice long ride with some hassles when you cross the city and you come over here. So that initial hassle is a problem, and now there is a smooth ride. So I will talk about that interface, like with the advancement of technologies. Now, no field is untouched from technology, as the time progresses. So first I will talk about what is my field, how I work, and how this interface can give us more, like mainly in terms of the area of working and in terms of our contribution to the existing knowledge. So we are mainly governed by two, three things. One is about the core concept of psychiatry, on which we actually work. So basically, we work to see some kind of pathology in someone's mind, which also reflected in terms of behavior. And usually there are certain layers of all these things. Like if we just conceptualize the thing as onion, where there are several layers of an onion. So the outer layers being the personality or mood, that what actually we see as a person is just the outer layer of those things. Once we go further inside, we tend to find certain symptoms, which sometimes can also be picked up in terms of some kind of diagnosis. And in the core root, there is always a substrate in the brain, which can be in terms of some kind of connection. You can say some kind of biochemical things in a core root of the brain. So if we try to trace down from the personality to behavior to those micro level of the biochemical or the electrical connections, so you'll able to make a good understanding of all those things. And sometimes, this is very important to go to those deeper layers, because sometimes what appears outside may not be what we are thinking as a diagnosis. Say for example, there are certain conditions, what I say, like in a case of hysteria, where a person can have some symptoms mimicking some kind of a seizure phenomena. But when we go deep down, we try to investigate, that can be diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, which can be a pure neurological conditions. Okay, so once we try to bridge that gap of knowledge, okay, so what appears and what is the core reason, sometimes they differ. What happens sometimes, there is a two different reason and the outcome can be same, like a symptom of schizophrenia and symptom of a pure organic condition can be same. So in appearance you will find a same thing, but when you try to track down to the basic reason, this can be two different reasons. That is how we need to make a sync about these connections. Okay, so when we practice in our field, so here we try to engage patient in interview, because for us the main area of investigation is the behavior. Okay, so we look mainly for behavior. We interview patient, we talk to them, we elicit some signs and symptoms, which are referred as the pathognomic of certain condition. If some person has this kind of symptom, we can give some diagnosis, or some set of symptoms are there. So at least two, three symptoms, if someone is fulfilling for some period of time, we can give a diagnosis to those patients. And the main strength is our examination, which is referred as the mental status examination. What we say in terms of a layman's language, an interview is referred in a technical term as the mental status examination. So we just try to gauge the mental state of a person. That mental state involves the mood, the mental state involves the thought process, the mental state involves how someone is perceiving certain things and reacting to those things in terms of his behavior. Okay, so here a person who is sitting in front of me as a patient, he has got some experience. Okay, now he need to verbalize his problem. He need to share those problems either by himself, or I need to use my skill to elicit those symptoms while the course of those mental health examination. And then based upon understanding of a psychiatrist, a diagnosis is being made, and that is the way of making a diagnosis. So there is a fact, consideration of fact, and understanding of facts, and reaching to a diagnosis. So all these things requires intelligence. Okay, what we refer as a human intelligence, that requires, there are subdomains of intelligence nowadays. We talk about the social intelligence, we talk about the logical intelligence, we talk about the emotional intelligence. So all those intelligence are there in all of us. It all differs in the degree and the contribution of those things. Some people have very good emotional intelligence, some people have very good social intelligence. Okay, and this is how our brain works. And based upon these kind of usage of our intelligence, we go for a treatment process. So for a treatment, we do have evidence-based practices where we do a lot of clinical trials are being done. We try certain kind of drugs, and also some type of non-drug therapy, which are referred as psychotherapies. So they are being tried, and based upon the evidences, we choose a drug. Okay, so from those studies, we can have a guide like which drug is more effective and which is closer to the more effect. So this particular review, that talks about the favoredness of the effect of drug. So one side is, you can see, is an active drug, another side is a placebo. So in a clinical trial, we actually, the controlled clinical trials, what they do, they take some patients with them, and then they randomly assign these patients to two group of drugs. One drug can be a placebo, where you find a capsule, but capsule has nothing active ingredient as such. Other groups will be given the active drug, and then we try to compare. So this is a placebo controlled trial. Some kind of trial are also looked at as open label trial, where we compare two kinds of active drugs and try to find which drug is more effective. Or sometimes we have a three arms, like two active drug, one placebo. And based upon all those data, when they be clubbed together and analyzed in a meta-analysis, so this kind of finding we'll usually see. So we can see there's a clear-cut demarcation towards the side of effect with the active drug. And a lot of other things are also of very much importance when we go for a treatment, like what is the severity of the illness in a patient, what is the course of illness, whether this is the very first episode of the illness or the third or fourth or n number of episode, what are the previous responses with the same drug in the same patient, what are the side effects that someone has experienced, or side effect experienced by some other family member. That also gives us a clue about the genetic composition of a person in a family. And sometimes people can have more than one diagnosis, what is referred as the comorbidity. Means a person of depression can also have some symptoms of drug addiction. So these conditions are referred as a comorbidity. Means two type of illness can coexist in a given patient. At the same time, efficacy profile of a drug, like a drug can have a spectrum of effect. Okay, so this being the highest effect of any given drug, another drug cannot reach this height. It will just affect to this level. So that is the maximum effect a drug can deliver in a patient is referred as the efficacy. Okay, and the treatment mindedness of a person. So it all lot of depends on the patient, how he perceives. If a patient feels that a doctor in front of me is a good doctor, so a lot of my work is being done. So what we refer as a placebo effect is applies also to a doctor. लाइक ये एक डॉक्टर किसी को अच्छा लगता है तो वो भरोसा जो हम जिसको बोलते हैं, वो भरोसे से आधी बीमारी तो नहीं, 20-30% बीमारी उसकी कंट्रोल हो जाती है. ठीक है, सो दैट डिपेंड्स कि उसका माइंडेडनेस क्या. इफ समटाइम्स सम पेशेंट्स दे कम विद एक्सपेक्टेशन कि आई विल नॉट गो फॉर ड्रग थेरेपी, आई विल जस्ट ट्राई साइकोथेरेपी, नॉन फार्माक थिंग. If you prescribe a drug, he himself will anticipate he's going to have some kind of side effect, and they do have that kind of side effect. So this phenomena is referred as the nocebo effect. Placebo is when someone is not given active drug and he senses an effect. Opposite side is even someone is not given a drug, he experiences a side effect. So this is a placebo and the nocebo effect. So that determine the treatment mandateness of the patient, and that will determine the outcome of a given patient. Okay. Now this is about in whole that how we practice as psychiatrists. So there are certain drawbacks also about the core consideration of this illness. So I'll just talk about the drawback. So drawback is there in terms of client level, mean that the level of patients. Like sometimes no, this stigma and hesitancy is very high. Like people, even if they are having some problem, they don't come to a doctor or they don't seek psychiatric help. Okay, they find their own ways of dealing things, and that sometimes what will happen, that increases the duration of untreated condition. So that is going to adversely affect the outcome. Say for example, if a patient who is not being treated for a psychosis and he was left as such for 4 years or 6 years, now if he comes after 4 years or 6 years, now his disease condition is more stronger in those sense. Now the drug will be not that effective that would have been 4 years back when the illness started. Okay, so that also being a major drawback to our clinical service delivery, because we see a lot of treatment gap. Like in 2015-16 we did a national wide survey. We did the survey in the state of Chhattisgarh, that was referred as a national mental health survey. So we reached to around 300 people in the different places of our state, and the study finding was that there was around 80% treatment gap. Like the patient who are being diagnosed, 80% of them were not seeking any kind of help treatment. Okay, so the all majority of things is explained by the stigma, the kind of understanding we do have in a society that gives us a barrier. Okay, and that proves to be a barrier for us. Now another thing is about the very presentation of illnesses. No, like two people having a diagnosis of depression, they can come up with a different set of symptoms. Okay, some people can have more of a problem with just falling asleep or having a lot of lethargy. मुझे थकान लग रहा है ये. Another set of people with diagnosis of depression can have high level of anxiety. They will say, I just keep on shaking, my hands are trembling, I'm unable to focus, concentrate. Some people just they say I unable to understand, I forget things. Okay, so there is always a heterogeneity in the presentation of illness. You cannot say like in cases of malaria, we know if someone is infected with malaria, he is going to have fever, he's going to have shivering, and he's going to have headaches and weakness, nausea, vomiting, all those things. You can easily identify those things because all of them are more or less having the same kind of symptom. But in cases of psychiatry, there's a lot of heterogeneity in the presentation of patients that poses a lot of barrier. Then there's a lack of stability about that progression of the illness. Now, in psychiatry level, like the core consideration, there is also a kind of difference. Like, the what we practice in India are mainly governed by the practices in the US, but the US practices and the UK practices and the other European practices, they differ from place to place. People have their different understanding about the given concepts. Certain things are very much culturally specific. No, like some illnesses in a particular form are seen only in Chhattisgarh, or for that sake in India, which will not see in US, and it's true for them also. Like some conditions are prevalent there which is not seen here. Okay, so this different in those presentation, different kind of influences, that again poses some kind of problem as a subject as well. Then there is a lack of reliable marker. Like if someone is having a TB, we go for sputum test, we go for some other test, we'll find a microorganism in body, and we can say that yes, he or she is suffering from tuberculosis. Such is not in the case of psychiatry as such. We will not have that kind of investigational tool. It's more to based upon the history. It's more based upon the interview and what are the findings he has in terms of his behavior. Okay. And also, sometimes there are no fixed diagnostic criteria, because just to have a better understanding, people have classified those disease conditions. Okay, so these are just artificial diagnosis that we make. We take some reference point and we define certain things and give a diagnosis. So this sometimes lack validity because this is a man-made thing. We not understood fully because we don't have marker, we don't have more understanding. So that is another drawback of psychiatric subject as such. But the level of psychiatrists also, there may be some problem. Like if I have a less time for a patient, I may be neglecting some part of it, because that requires a thorough evaluation of someone, right from the childhood history to the personality, and and the current conditions. Okay, so all these things are very important. If someone is not assessing fully, he may end up giving a wrong diagnosis or a immature diagnosis, you can say. Okay, then there's always a varying training and the knowledge in terms of psychiatrist and varying intelligence. Okay, so at the end of it comes down to intelligence of a person, that how he is interpreting things for a patient. Okay, so because of all these things, now uh, to fulfill all those gaps, now the practice of psychiatry is moving from practice of core psychiatry to what we say as a digital psychiatry. No? So here comes the role of artificial intelligence. Okay, so what is artificial intelligence? Can some of you can tell us what is artificial intelligence? The younger participant, I think.
So far we have
For my understanding, if you repeat certain things, you better understand.
very important is an actually from medical background. So far we have seen engineers just talking about this. So there will that other perspective to discuss that perspective. Help us to bridge the gap.
So what is for a layman like me, what should be the understanding of AI? Your technical background. But can you say? अरे नहीं बोलो ना. Yes. So we talk about intelligence, human intelligence. Now we know that how we process certain things. Like you are sitting in front of me, your brain is engaged in n number of activities. You are concentrating. You are making an inference about me. You're making that how I'm making a gesture. How is my PowerPoint presentation? So n number of those calculations are going in our mind. So human mind is very complicated, no? But there may be some kind of limitation. No? So what we try to do when we go down to a deeper level. So as we go deeper, we see things in a very smaller forms, but smaller forms with a big number. So there comes a data. Okay, so data, if we try to break down those things in a binary system, so this is going to generate a huge data. Okay, now artificial intelligence mainly try to mimic the human brain, taking all those kinds of ground truth that we know as of now and apply those knowledge to bridge those gaps. Okay, so in terms of increasing the efficiency of a machine, artificial intelligence comes into play. So it is a very growing branch, you say, which try to analyze data, lot of data. We'll discuss about all those data, that how these are being interpreted. Very interesting finding was when I just try to look into the trend in India, like what is the trend in India. So when we go to PubMed, usually we go to PubMed. You must be going to some other, I think, website. Where you go?
Yes, sir. Mostly actually is there from electronic. Actually, there like official you are talking about. So I believe mostly from electronic and computer science. Actually, is the computer where we get all our content.
Okay.
Our Springer are else. There are other
Well, Web of Science and all those things.
yes, PubMed is also there.
Yeah.
Medical like for hours who are working both in engineering and biomedical. Who are PubMed.
So this med is for us. So med is medicine. For use, it is something else. So when we go to this PubMed, no, just with those search words, schizophrenia, EEG, India, and machine learning. So you can see there is an increasing trend right from 85 to this year. So there is an increasing trend. So people now, even in our country, they have started working on this area. So just a repetition that what you have learned before. So artificial intelligence is nothing but something which is mimicking the human brain. And in the artificial intelligence, one we say this is one subdomain is machine learning. Okay, so these are not synonymous as far as my understanding. If I think I'm right. And under those machine learning, there are so many a number of things which can be further clubbed into this unsupervised learning, supervised learning, reinforced learning. If you see there is no deep learning, there are a number of other variables are there. I just try to keep it very simple for my understanding. You must be having better understanding in terms of technology, but this is for my simplification. Okay. So if we try to just give a brief overview that how these things are defined. So the supervised learning, mainly we focus on some kind of labeled data. Okay. So data are being labeled. So there may be n number of data. Like say, for example, I if there's an age of some people, no, so we say this is some year, or a weight of person is some kgs or whatever. Unlabeled data where we don't find those suffixing thing like the kg and this thing. So it's just a data. So that is referred as the unlabeled data. So we in supervised learning we work with a labeled data, and we work on some kind of a model and just try to see whether those data are fitting into those model or not. That is a supervised learning. Unsupervised learning, mainly we go in a random walk where we just have a data. Those data are not being labeled, and the machine itself, they try to find some kind of relation or correlation amongst those data, and they try to give us a picture that how these things can be divided or subdivided in terms of their occurrences. And these are the some other subtypes of it. So whether no, next question is whether this thing is going to help us, like the drawback of psychiatry as such, and this interface, whether it is going to help to us. So not much with the patient part, but yes, definitely. When we talk about different school of thoughts of psychiatry, if we evolve some kind of a model which will be applicable to all of us across the globe, so that shortcoming can be solved with the help of AI or the machine learning. Lack of those reliable data, we can generate some kind of a model, and diagnostic criteria or the validity that can be taken care of. At the same time, we can also take care of all those variation in the training of peoples, because we have a same set of data, same set of modeling. So if we get data from a fresh patient with all those modeling, to some extent this problem can be solved. And yes, people are not that stigmatizing when they go in front of a screen or a machine. Okay, so if I'll say you can assess yourself in this particular app, people are very much comfort कि घर पे बैठा और लगाया 1 2 3 4 मेरा ये they will get a diagnosis. So to some extent the stigma can also be solved with the help of AI. Now, when we talk about what are different investigational tools where we work into, so the investigational tools when we uses in psychiatry, so mainly we are concerned with two parameters about the resolution, like what is the spatial resolution and what is the temporal resolution. So whatever data we are getting from a patient, how temporally it is associated, how accurately it can tell us at what point of time this data are captured. And spatial means to a given area, how precisely we can target if this function is a part of that particular area. So based on these two resolution factors, these are the main investigational tools that we use. So the EEG or the MEG or the other variation of EEG, they have got high temporal resolution, but they are not having that good spatial resolution. Okay. MRI is the one which has got the best spatial resolution. Okay. So with MRI with film, I can see and say, yes, there is a problem in that particular area. There is some problem in the brain stem, there is some problem in the basal ganglia. And you can pinpoint, you can see those things. EEG picks up the data. Whenever there is some kind of activity, EEG can pick up those data precisely at that given point of time. Okay, so these two variables are very important in our investigational tool about the spatial resolution and the temporal resolution. Now I'll just talk about a few examples of supervised learning, like when we talk about those labeled data. This is one such study where three kind of data are being collected. Like one is from the structural MRI data, one is using the fMRI when someone is doing some task, and one is resting state fMRI. Okay, are you aware about the difference between MRI and fMRI? कोई अभी सेशन हुए हैं आपके टेक्नोलॉजी में? नहीं हुआ है। अच्छा चलिए, अच्छी बात है, चलिए ठीक है, तो मैं थोड़ी सी बताता हूँ, बाकी वो बताएंगे। थोड़ा सा ये like MRI is a structural means we just when we try to see the structure. MRI basically it works on the principle like the brain fluid and all those things, there is hydrogen, and we send patient to a magnetic field, high magnetic field, and now from those magnetic field we try to see what is the location of all those hydrogen ions, and based on those location it generates an image. That is a structural MRI. Okay, so we find some kind of brain. You must have seen that brain images. Functional MRI, it works on the oxygen consumption of those brain cells or tissues. So it gives us an idea about the activity level of those brain areas. Okay, some brain area being more active, they will give some other kind of signals. Those signals are captured in terms of colors. Like here you can see these are some kind of no color you will find. So that gives what is the activity level of those particular brain area. So one is structural MRI, you will just find an image. That's it. fMRI, you will find some kind of those color coding things. Okay, and these things can be done with the help of some added task. So if someone is engaging in some kind of task, like someone is asked to make a decision, which is the choice of your color, we just give him a color card, red or white. He will say this one. Okay. Now, once he does or engage in those kind of activity, some of his brain area is getting activated. Okay. So now we can link while doing this kind of task, what kind of brain areas are being activated. So this is about the task related functional MRI. Okay, so when we use these three kinds of data set, so all these data they were being trained and they can now be classified. Okay, now again when we give a test data, we can come up to a diagnosis. So some kind of data being labeled, you train the data, it will come out with some kind of diagnosis. Yes, these are three diagnoses one can make with the help of this kind of data, and that can give a clear picture about the diagnosis. Going down to his brain level, to the very core level. This is independent of that behavioral thing. Now we need to find a relation, whether whatever diagnosis I am making based on my clinical practices, are they also in sync with these kind of data or the classification. Okay, so here I said three modalities, mean the classified type, parameters, and the weighted. Weighted means the weighted MRI thing, and final diagnosis can be made based on these three data. Next is unsupervised data. Here, as I said, there would be unlabeled data. Like in one such study, they try to do the whole brain fMRI of the whole brain area, okay, with no specific labeling of specific areas, and then the data is being analyzed, okay, and then the system comes up with some kind of a clustering. Like there is a 4 cluster one can make. So amongst the all given data, these are the 4 subtype of data one can gather. Okay, so here we're not doing any kind of labeling, just the core raw data, whole of it. Okay, so other than this, the machine learning technologies, they can be used in various other domains, like some kind of wearable device where we find some kind of a data from a smartphones, smartwatches, those speedometers, activity monitors. Then other electronic behavior like the social media behavior, which site you're going to, how many times you are punching likes, how many times you are just scrolling through it. So all those things generate some kind of a data. Some kind of home-based sensor like the camera, the motion sensor, the sleep monitors, they're also being used. And some handheld device like smartphones with GPS tracking, okay, and some kind of wearable device like we discussed before. So these are the kinds of non-neuroimaging domain other than this MRI. So these are also being used. You will find many papers on these things, this tracking data and all. Now, with evolvement of technology, we are coming down from a big screen to smaller screen. Now, mobile is another such thing. No? So mobile, lot of things. Just the pool data from the microphone, one can have a voice pattern, the language pattern, or the social interactions. Okay, so there you can get a good number of data. Then the uses of some kind of FaceTime or the GPS, the mobility, call logs, app usage. Okay, so these domains are being used that generates a lot of data, and they can be helpful in making some diagnosis. That is very interesting part of it, that we can also make some kind of diagnosis. Say for example, if we track the movement, so psychomotor agitation is a feature of anxiety. Like if you see some people who is very anxious, what actually he does, तो एक व्यक्ति मान लीजिए आप एग्जाम देने गए हैं, पहला एग्जाम आपका है और पढ़ाई तो थोड़ी सी कंप्रोमाइज है, तो हमारी क्या हालत होती है? हम बैठते हैं, शायद थोड़ी शेकिंग होती है, एज ऑफ चेयर में बैठते हैं, ठीक है, स्टैमर करते हैं या फंबल करते हैं, ठीक है. सो ऑल दिस आर काइंड ऑफ अ मार्कर ऑफ अ कंडीशन. ओके, so those moment marker can be tracked and they can talk about the anxiety level of a person. Then location can give us a diagnosis. Someone is avoiding some kind of social places. किसी का डेटा ट्रैकिंग बता रहा है कि इज नॉट गोइंग इनटू मॉल्स और सम गैदरिंग, इज ऑलवेज इन द सॉलिट्यूड. So that also gives a kind of a picture or the profile of a person. Then social activity in terms of number of calls. A person calls 10 calls on an average per day. Someone calls just hardly one or two. So that also gives us a picture. So then the number of keystrokes, how you are stroking those keys, what are the latency, that how some people are habit of thinking a lot before typing. The thinking a lot before can be because of anxiety. I will not type something wrong. I may not be interpreted wrong by some people. Okay. So all these data are of quite a use and are used by people in the research. First step. Sorry. क्या ब्रेन का आप जो बोल रहे हैं वही सब चीजें ही होती है. लाइक डेटा जो है, डेटा वैसे ही कोलेक्ट किए जाते हैं. लाइक विल टॉक अबाउट सम डेटा बैंक आल्सो. दे हाउ दे डू, यू विल कम टू अंडरस्टैंड दोस थिंग्स. ठीक है, आई विल कम बैक अगेन टू क्वेश्चन आफ्टर फिनिशिंग माय प्रेजेंटेशन. Another thing is about those multimodal data, like some acoustic data, then some video data, some language data. So people are working in different kind of domains. In a very recent past, all these studies are being done. They come up with some kind of findings. So for us to work with, there is a lot of scope. There are certain this research platforms are there. Okay, where they give a lot of data. So those crowdsourced data you can find here, where more number of permutation and combination can be tried and tested. Because you said that a person thinks and has a point of view in life, and then there is an immediate decision one has to take. Okay, so this decision is also colored by someone's previous experiences. This decision is colored by that what happened just before that. Okay, so there are n number of permutation and combination. Okay, something I did yesterday may not happen again today. So that is the beauty of human brain. Okay, that is the beauty that how we improvise ourselves, and that is why it is sometimes difficult to exactly copy those things. So these data sets are available. They also offer some kind of services where you can find some kind of a raw data, like raw data from smartphone. You can get some language. You can based upon those, you can make some kind of a diagnosis. You can run some programs based on their data, and you can make your own models. Okay, some we talk about that molecular phenotyping in psychiatry, which is also using precision psychiatry, where you can make all those molecular level profiling of a person, and based upon those profiling, when you run into those algorithms, you are able to predict certain things. If someone is having those kinds of brain imprinting or patterns, what could be the outcome in the future, in a gap of another 10 year or 15 year or 20 years. Okay, so there are a lot of application in terms of clinical diagnosis and the lab diagnosis. So how clinical diagnosis can be of some help? Okay. So it somehow is going to answer your question. So usually when I speak with them, I want to know what their life is like and what their day like. Okay, when a psychiatrist talk to a patient, what's on their mind, how social are they, how is their sleep. These data depends on my patient's ability to remember accurately and report those things. Okay, because patient may not be able to recall all those things which I want to know. Okay, and further these abilities of making a judgment again depends on my capability, that how well I am learning and comprehending those things. Okay, so I'm talking about this process. So somehow, if we record and analyze a conversation of all the people around us, okay, and when all of those data can be clubbed together, so you can easily make which someone can miss. There is some kind of punctuation someone is using, some modulation in tone is some person is using, and that can give us those gray zone people, they can be captured with the help of this machine learning. So now there's a term referred as a digital phenotyping, where we use crowdsourced data. So this is about a journey of autism. Autism is a developmental disorder in child, where child behave not socially in a appropriate way, unable to communicate, unable to understand emotions. Okay, so a lot of things been tried. Initially, we use some kind of rating scale. Earlier, to start with, we had this rating scale for diagnosing this condition. Now, with the advancement of time, now we have these modalities, which is referred as the digital phenotyping, where some glasses are being used in this patient. Okay, and how they talk, and those crowdsourced data. So this data-driven diagnosis is giving us an upper edge, where use of these things, just questionnaire or eye tracking or those mobile video captures of a patient, like how their eye tracks, you can get some kind of data. When these data are run through those machine learning through the help of those crowdsourced data, so we have a big data pool, we have some kind of pattern, and when we compare this pattern with our patient, those is coming in front of us. So outcome tracking can be seen in all those wearable devices or smartphone, and with this, the diagnosis can be made. At the same time, some lab diagnosis we talk about. Lab diagnosis, basically, we talk about those subclinical conditions when we can predict. So they are referred as the biomarkers. So there are many type of biomarkers, like they are referred as monitoring biomarkers or predicting biomarkers, safety or diagnostic biomarkers. So these things are basically used in subclinical population. आप जब पहले से प्रोडिक्ट कर सकते हैं, कुछ बिहेवियर पैटर्न ऐसे होते हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल अब ब्लिंक रेट, आई का ब्लिंक रेट किसका क्या है, हम सबका एक डेटा क्रिएट करेंगे, so that can give us a clue, like some disease condition high blink rate is a risk factor. Okay, so that kind of thing can be done. Other than that, some other biochemical parameters, like some plasma level of certain drugs, certain interleukins, that can be done, or the component of blood. Okay, so that can be done. Earlier, we used to rely on the postmortem brain to make a diagnosis. Nowadays, now the postmortem thing is not we are relying upon much, because we have a lot of data in terms of some kind of imaging study that we can do. Like EEG is one such domain where we can get to know about the person's brain activity. Okay, which can be done easily, which can be done earlier, which can be done more repeatedly, because of the ethical concern that is not involving in this kind of investigational tool. Okay, some of our work is basically based on this. Like we also have an award for this paper in our English Journal of Psychiatry. So here, what we did, we try to process the data. We have each data of certain patients with diagnosis of schizophrenia, and these were processed. Some kind of feature extraction was done, and after doing some kind of statistical analysis, we did based upon the ground truth. We did some supervised training of those data, and based on those machine learning parameters, we try to classify the patients. Okay, so those classification we are able to do. So this was the training phase of the data, and this is the testing phase of the data. So actually, we did a high density EEG acquisition and feature extraction. So 256 channel EEG was done. Uh, this was done, and we recorded a 10-minute resting EEG of the patient while sitting, eye closed on a reclining chair. And the time was for all of them. We try to stick to this timeline between 9 to 12, just to avoid those diagonal variation. And first 60 second epoch of those EEG tracings, they are being taken, and they were visually selected. We try to not take the recording where there's an artifact. So we need to avoid those artifacts, because sometimes we recording, some patient moves, there can be some kind of artifact. Sometimes if there is impedance is very high, so that data we didn't take. We take a very clean data, and those clean data are mainly focused on those 8 area of our interest, where we know the fault lies in the previous study, some insight about those things. And we try to get those 6-level wavelet decompositions of those data, and we use all those frequency of those data, because EG they form some kind of waves, and those waves have some kind of morphology and frequency. Okay, so they occur in certain pattern, and they are being named as delta waves, theta waves, and find the gamma waves. Each wave have their significance. Some waves are mainly formed in the sleep state or resting state. Some waves formed when just we close our eyes and alert at the same time, very relaxed. Alpha waves are being formed. So these things are expected, and mainly 10 statistical features, namely the mean, kurtosis, cuteness. These things were extracted from the data, and based upon this, we run those machine learning. Mainly, we did the support vector machine learning, and various things were tried, and we try to find this classification, the classification of schizophrenia and normal control, whether there is some kind of pattern we can see. So the highest prediction was we find with the quadratic support vector machine, it gives around the 78.95 precision of making this diagnosis. Another analysis we did was the patient subgroup. So patient of schizophrenia, based on their symptoms, we refer some patient as having predominantly positive symptom and predominantly negative symptom. Positive symptom means they will have more of aggression, more of a violence. They have more of a delusions or hallucination. Okay. And negative symptoms schizophrenia, they may not be doing such kind of activity. They will remain very alone. They talk very less. They interact very less. They are not able to maintain any kind of emotional connect, and they are having a state of apathy. Okay. So those classification we try to do. And in the medium Gaussian support vector machine model, it gives a precision of around 90% that we can clearly classify positive symptoms schizophrenia from a negative symptoms schizophrenia. Another work where we mainly did this combination of clinical and the lab diagnosis was a composite biomarker. So we are doing the study in collaboration with NIT Raipur, these two studies. So here what we try to combine two things. One is EEG signals, and another thing is the speech sample. Okay.
Children may not children artists
We don't have such data. We're not having all the data. Okay. So right now these are our mainly research initiative. So in routine clinical practice, we don't do such kind of thing. We still relying on our clinical interview, still relying on those skills. These are our research adventure, you can say. Because we don't have regular EG services in our institute. So these things are a part of project. Okay. So the machine is going to be acquired. like for this study, we have two centers. One is AIMS Raipur and another is AIMS BB Nagar. So one of our collaborator, he was working with us earlier. Now he shifted to that place because he belonged to Hyderabad. So he shifted to do that end. So in this study, we are doing this study in the two centers. Okay. And for the study purposes only, we do EEG. Otherwise, routine clinical practices we don't do. So we don't have any such data as of now. See, we rely mainly on the clinical diagnosis. Once we interact, we observe. Okay, so that is, you can say, part and parcel. 90% of our diagnoses are made only based on these observations only. Only 10% will help to some extent. That too, that is going to help us to make a diagnosis or give us a more upper edge about the understanding of condition. Okay, say for example, that is only used in cases of alcohol usage. So I diagnose, I take all history, I do a blood investigation. I see the particular specific enzymes of liver, they are raised. So I can say this is the active phase of alcoholism someone is in. I do treatment, again do the blood investigation after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, it will come down. So there are only specific areas where we are using investigational tools. Mainly, majority of it are clinical based. So this is going to be future of ours maybe, because I'm not that good into interpreting all this data because I'm not being trained into. It's only my research endeavor because I have some interest, so we are doing it. Okay, so that is what is about the approach. So the two signals that we are using is EEG signals from the patient and the speech signals. Okay, and again we do all those feature extractions, and based on the ground truth, we make some machine learning parameters and some models, and then again we try to classify these conditions. So basically, we are having this number of groups in this study. One is schizophrenia, one is manic psychosis, depression, substance use psychosis, and the healthy control. So these all different group people, we are getting the data and analyzing them. So all these things we are heading towards a precision psychiatry, So where a person at birth, if they can have their blood profiling, their neurological profiling, their EEGs and all those things. So this is a dream that people aspire for कि आप एक व्यक्ति होगा उसका एक full profiling कर लेंगे, and as he lands up with some problem with doctor's chambers, he will run through all those previous parameters and then can give a diagnosis. Then he can talk about the response to treatment. Then he can talk about what drug should not be given. Then he can talk about what could be the outcome of this disease condition. So this is a future where people are aspiring for, and they will try to know about the disease condition. But there's a long way to go because a lot of things involve a lot of money. Like one MRI, how much it costs today. And if you talk about those genetic profiling of a patient, it costs a lot of money. Okay, so I don't know. With time, with the help of technology, if things can be cheaper, if there will be some other kind of modality we can evolve so that we can move to this precision psychiatry, where the system biology, computational psychiatry, which gives us a biosignature of a person, and based on those biosignature, we can say what could be the outcome. So basically, when we need to collaborate and when we need to work, the main application that we need to look for is data-centric approach, where we need to come out of those supervised to unsupervised area where we can work upon. Some data augmentation approach that can be dealt with because sometimes we get some very small sample size because of limitation of money. So there are ways by which we can create some artificial data based on those parameters, and that can give an upper edge and we can solve those problems. Then some automated learning approach that can be used to talk more about the modeling and the learning of all those data. And data integration approach is another thing where we need to collaborate some data like behavioral data, some EEG data, some speech data, and that gives a better understanding of this condition. Okay, so now the last question comes, that is, can computational intelligence replace human intelligence? What do you think? यस नो डोंट नो, ये इसमें इंटरनेट चल रहा है, इंटरनेट चल रहा है। थोड़ा सिक्योरिटी को नहीं होता। ये देखो आगे बंद करके, नहीं इसमें ऑथेंटिकेशन को चाहिए। थ्री टैप कर लीजिए। तो कैमरा है यहाँ पर, टावर नहीं है। 54 आया आपको, हाँ चाहिए 54 आ गया।
What happened?
वी ट्राइंग टू लॉग इन। 54
Network problem होती है।
ले रहा है 85। इज इट यू, इज इट ट्राइंग टू साइन इन? टाइम लगा रहा है इसलिए वो भी करेगा, टाइम लगाएगा तो बोलता नहीं कि गड़बड़ है। थैंक यू। Let us will take a poll on this particular question. Okay, all of you can take out your mobile and you can go to this site, slido.com. Slido. You will see one such window. Now here you're supposed to enter this code 136092990. Are you there? Find some one question like this. Question says, can computational intelligence replace human intelligence? No influence, mild influence, moderate, extreme influence. Are you there? All of you? ये स्क्रीन नहीं है इसको क्या समय नहीं लगेगा 13609290
इसको प्रोजेक्ट करना है फिर
That is code.
See the result?
25 लोग 20 लोग कर लीजिए फिर हम लोग खत्म करेंगे इसको। So basically, this was a survey which was done amongst the medical practitioners in US. So I'm asking the same question here in front of the technical people. What you think? And then we'll see the result of that survey. So how closely we match with the expectation of medical doctor with the technical people, we'll see. Last 20 होगा फिर खत्म करेंगे। एक और कर दीजिए। Okay, done. So done. So 62% think that there will be mild influence. 33% people present here, they think there will be moderate influence. 5% extreme. No influence, 0%. Now we'll see. So the results of this global physician survey, you can see around moderate influence in around 47% people, minimal 42, extreme 3.79, no influence 6%. Somehow we are थोड़ा सा फर्क 60 और कितने थे हम 60 और अब ये रिजल्ट देखने के बाद चेंज कर रहे हैं अच्छा 50 and 45 50 and 45 so yes there are going to be some effect in the future to come ओके ओके मैं ट्रेंड देख के बदल रहे हैं वो बोलते हैं ना, खरबूजा खरबूजा देख कर रंग बदलता है। चलिए, so it was nice talking to you all. Here I end. Thank you. And then now I will take some questions. चलिए, we'll come back again. हाँ, वही क्वेश्चन आपका क्वेश्चन है कि जो हम पहले से जानते हैं और अभी करते हैं। तो ये डेटा दोगे, ये ऐसे नहीं सीखे सकते। ट्रेनिंग डेटा वही करता है, आप उस तरह का डेटा दोगे, टर्न करेगा, ये ऐसा सीखना नहीं है। आप तो बोल रहे हैं सेंसेस को इंटीग्रेट करना अलग चीज है, आप जो बात कर रहे हैं एक स्टेप अहेड बात कर रहे हैं। आप बोल रहे हैं कि सेंस को इंटीग्रेट करिए, ये तो टच करिए या वैसा कुछ करिए। तो जो रोबोट्स आपके काम करते हैं वो क्या करते हैं, रोबोट से दे कैन टेल यू। तो ये इंटीग्रेशन में डिफिकल्ट नहीं है, कंप्यूटर लगा देंगे वो सेंस कर लेगा उसको। और एआई इसमें कैसे हेल्प करेगा कि आपका एक्सपीरियंस है वो लाइक इसमें एक और आप डेटा पे डाल दिए कि कोई वो लाल दिखता है, लाल चीज है, गर्म होकर लाल हो गई, so that edit data is going to make मल्टीपल डेटा जब ला करें। और एक चीज है कि हमारे एल्गोरिथम और मॉडल में लिमिटेशन होगा, हर चीज कर सकता है। मैं गुस्सा गुस्सा हूँ, हाथ रुक सकता हूँ, छुट्टी नहीं दे सकता हूँ, ऐसे कर सकता हूँ, दे सकता हूँ। ये सारी मोडालिटी एक मॉडल में इंटीग्रेट करना ज्यादा हो जाएगा उसको। लेकिन स्पेसिफिक चीज के लिए हम स्पेसिफिक ऑटोमेशन आपको बहुत दिक्कत आज भी कर ली, करना है, छेद बनाना है और करना है, बहुत अच्छी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इंटरफेस है, वहां पर काम करना पड़ेगा। लाइक कि डिफरेंट फील्ड के लोगों को उसमें आना पड़ेगा तब उसको इंटीग्रेट कर पाएंगे। हम्म 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 देखिए, यही ब्रेन के साथ जब काम करें तो दिक्कत होती है, क्योंकि ब्रेन में कोई भी चीजें पिन पॉइंट नहीं होती है। हम जब शुरू किए थे तो हम पढ़ते थे कि ये पर्टिकुलर ब्रेन एरिया में प्रॉब्लम होने से ये डिफिकल्टी होती है। उससे हम आगे बढ़े तो पता चला कि नहीं, उस ब्रेन एरिया में और सर्किटरी भी है, दो चार वहां से लाइन पास हो रहे हैं किसी और डोपामिन के, वो गड़बड़ हो रहा है, हम सर्किटरी बेस फिर हम चले गए। ठीक है, तो अभी क्या है कि कोई स्पेसिफिक चीज नहीं है। जैसे मान लीजिए आप दो कंडीशन की आप बात कर रहे हैं, अल्जाइमर डिसीज एंड पार्किंसन डिसीज। ओके, पार्किंसन में बहुत सारे इसके सब वेरिएशंस होते हैं। दूसरा, पार्किंसन का एरिया इन्वॉल्व बेसल गेंगलिया है, ठीक है, और बेसल गेंगलिया के सराउंडिंग वो बाकी जो चीजें हैं वो मेनली इफेक्ट होंगी। अल्जाइमर्स डिमेंशिया जो है वो बेसिकली कॉर्टिकल डिमेंशिया है, वो पूरी तरीके से ट्रॉफी होगी ब्रेन की पूरी। ठीक है, तो ये लेवल का फर्क है, एक सब कॉर्टिकल लेवल स्ट्रक्चर को अफेक्ट करता है मेनली, और एक कॉर्टिकल स्ट्रक्चर को अफेक्ट करता है। ठीक है, और उसके वेरिएशन बहुत सारे हैं। जैसे कि स्पीच सैंपल की जब हम बात करते हैं, स्पीच में बहुत वेरिएशन ऐसे ही है। लाइक मैं यहाँ जो छत्तीसगढ़ी बोलता हूँ रायपुर में, बिलासपुर की छत्तीसगढ़ी, अंबिकापुर की छत्तीसगढ़ी, ठीक है, बस्तर छत्तीसगढ़ी, सब अलग है। तो स्पीच सैंपल लेने में ये सारे बहुत सारे नुएंसेस हैं जिसको ओवरकम करने के लिए बहुत बड़ा डेटा चाहिए होगा, क्योंकि जब तक हम किसी चीज को जनरलाइजेबल नहीं बनाएंगे उसका यूटिलिटी नहीं होगा। अब हम एक स्पीच सैंपल रायपुर का ले लिए, बोले अब बिलासपुर का छत्तीसगढ़ी आएगा तो उसको तो हम कर ही नहीं सकते हैं। आप एक टूल क्रिएट करेंगे लेकिन उसका यूसेज नहीं होगा, आप बनाएंगे उसको कमर्शलाइज फिर आप नहीं कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, तो until दैट बिग डेटा चंक इज रिक्वायर्ड एंड कॉन्ग्लोमरेशन ऑफ बिग डेटा देन यू कैन मेक सम वर्क। दूसरा है कि डिसीज का वेरिएशन ऐसा है कि लाइक मेरे में माइल्डर सिम्टम्स ऑफ पार्किंसन है, किसी में मॉडरेट सिम्टम है, किसी में सीवियर सिम्टम्स। तो विद प्रोग्रेशन ऑफ डिसीज वो सारी चीजें अफेक्ट होंगी। हो सकता है कि माइल्डर फॉर्म ऑफ इलनेस में स्पीच अफेक्ट हमको बिल्कुल नहीं दिखेगा, उसको जस्ट ये दिखेगा, फिल रोलिंग हो रही है उसकी, बस वो भी एक ही साइड हो रही है। ठीक है, तो ये डिपेंड करेगा किस ग्रेड पे है, कहाँ पर जा रहा है। मेनली जो काम अभी ज्यादातर हो रहे हैं वो मार्कर्स पे हो रहे हैं कि इनिशियल स्टेज आप उस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी को छोड़ ही दीजिए कि उस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी में यहाँ पर क्या है, वहां पर क्या है, किधर क्या है। इनिशियल स्टेज पे ही लोग ज्यादा काम कर रहे हैं कि क्या प्रोफाइलिंग होती है, कितने दिन में प्रोग्रेशन होता है। तो डेटा से हम वो सब चीजें निकाल सकते हैं कि किसी एक का हुआ, हम उसको प्रोग्रेशन पूरा फॉलो किए, स्पीच सैंपल लेते गए, देन वी कैन से कि विद टाइम इसमें क्या चेंजेस आ रहे हैं। ठीक है, तो ये सब प्रिडिक्शंस इन मॉडल्स के थ्रू हम कर सकते हैं। हम्म 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 हम्म। देखिए, जो ब्रेन का जो फंक्शनिंग होता है ना, जो स्पीच प्रोडक्शन का होता है, वो दो एरिया होते हैं। एक मोटर पार्ट होता है, एक कॉम्प्रिहेंशन पार्ट होता है। एक को हम बोलते हैं ब्रोकाज एरिया, दूसरे को बोलते हैं वर्निकेज एरिया। ठीक है, वर्निकेज जो है हमारा वो फीडबैक लूप। जैसे आपने मेरे से सवाल किया, ठीक है, आपने सवाल किया, उसको मैं समझा। ये समझने वाला कॉम्प्रिहेंशन जो काम है वो वर्निकेज एरिया करता है। ठीक है, इन केस कभी ऐसा होता है कि किसी ब्रेन लीजन से या किसी इन्फेक्शन से वर्निकेज एरिया या ब्रोकाज और वर्निकेज का जो कनेक्शन है वो कट जाता है, फॉर दैट रीजन कि वहां पे एक लीजन हुआ, हमारा स्वेलिंग हुई, वहां के नर्व्स दब गए और वो कनेक्शन खत्म हो गया। इसमें क्या होगा कि पेशेंट जो है वो बोलेगा तो, लेकिन बिना समझे हुए। तो जब बिना समझे हुए जब हम बोलेंगे तो हम इररिलेवेंट बोलेंगे। ठीक है, आप कुछ बोल रहे हो, मुझे समझ में आ रहा है कि आप कुछ बोल रहे हो, आपका मुंह चल रहा है, टू सम एक्सटेंट कुछ सुनाई पड़ रहा है, लेकिन समझ नहीं आता क्योंकि वो हमारा एरिया कट हो गया है, तो इररिलेवेंट टॉक उसको होगा। एक कंडीशन हुआ जिसमें कि ब्रोकास में कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुआ, मैं समझ सारा चीज रहा हूं लेकिन बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ कि मेरा जो मेन मोटर एरिया है जो परफॉर्म करता है, जो मुझे सिग्नल्स देता है कि मैं आ करूंगा तो आ का वर्ड निकलेगा, च करूंगा तो च निकलेगा, मैं सबको क्लब करता हूँ, इतना मैं लर्न किया हूँ बचपन से। यही तो ह्यूमन ब्रेन की एक ब्यूटी है कि इतना लर्निंग हमारे साथ चल रहा है। ठीक है, ये लर्निंग के कारण ही हम ऐसे हो पाए हैं, जो कि मशीन नहीं हो पाएगा। हम उसको सोच रहे हैं कि ये बच्चा पैदा हुआ तुरंत पूरा लर्न कर ले, ना कर पाएगा वो। डेटा 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 जब उसको आप कोलेट करते जाएंगे, हर चीज बिल्टअप करते जाएंगे, तब वो उस लेवल तक पहुंच जाएगा। और हम अपने एक्सपीरियंस से उसको चेंज भी करते हैं, ये भी अपने आप में एक और हायर लेवल ऑफ लर्निंग होती है। वापस आपके इसमें आ रहा हूँ क्वेश्चन पे कि ये दो एरिया जैसे अफेक्टेड होते हैं, डिपेंड करेगा किस एरिया पे हो रहे हैं। दूसरा मैंने आपको कहा है कि ये जो वेरिएशन ऑफ प्लेसेस है वो डिफर कर रहे हैं। इसलिए जो आप बोल रहे हैं ना कि मैं जा रहा हूँ या मैं खा रहा हूँ, तो उसमें थोड़े बहुत फर्क होंगे, लेकिन डेफिनेटली मार्कर हम वहीं पर ढूंढते हैं। हमारा भी जो ये हम प्रोटोकॉल इसमें काम करें, उसमें हम दो तीन चीजें ही उसको बोल रहे हैं। हम उसको जैसे कि एक सेंटेंस देते हैं जिसमें कि पॉजिटिव इमोशंस है, एक में न्यूट्रल इमोशंस है, एक में नेगेटिव इमोशन। तो ये स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन हम हर किसी को दे रहे हैं और देन उनका रिस्पॉन्स हम इसमें ट्रैक कर रहे हैं और देख रहे हैं क्या उसका कुछ कोरिलेशन बन रहा है। तो बाकी सब कंडीशंस में भी इस तरह के मॉडल हम कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इसका एप्लीकेशन का लिमिट हमको पता होना चाहिए। शुड नॉट बी गो एंड से कि इससे हम सब चीज ठीक कर देंगे या पूरा प्रिडिक्शन हो जाएगा। क्योंकि कई बार होता है मार्केटिंग के लिए हम उसको गो अबोर्ड है, तो वो हमको ध्यान रखना है साइंटिस्ट, एज ए रिसर्चर, कि हमारे मॉडल का स्कोप कहाँ है और उसकी प्रोडक्टिविटी कहाँ तक limited है। आप कुछ काम कर रहे हैं इसमें। अच्छा, क्या काम है आपका? हम्म, अब 120 डिसीज लेके चल रहे हैं। अच्छा, ठीक है। नहीं, कई बार क्या होता है कि हमको नंबर ऑफ कंडीशन ज्यादा से लेना पड़ता है, तब हम उसको डिफरेंशिएट कर पाते हैं, इसलिए भी हमको जरूरत होती है। लेकिन 120 आप कैसे हैंडल कर रहे हैं, इट्स ऑल मस्ट बी अ बिग टास्क फॉर यू, क्योंकि देयर मस्ट बी बिग डेटा। देखिए, जैसे आप बात कर रहे हैं वर्टाइगो, उसको हम बोलते हैं वर्टाइगो, चक्कर आना जिसको हम बोलते हैं। तो पहले जैसे हम वर्टाइगो जब जैसे ही बात करते हैं, तो हम जो पढ़ते हैं ना, हमारे पास 10 डिफरेंशियल आ जाते हैं। वर्टाइगो एक कारण से नहीं होता है, क्योंकि एन नंबर ऑफ रीजन। ठीक है, मान लीजिए मैंने आज सवेरे खाना नहीं खाया, तब भी मुझे वर्टाइगो हो सकता है। आपने कहा मेरे कान में एक इन्फेक्शन हुआ और इंटरनल ईयर में कुछ कैल्शियम के क्रिस्टल्स है, वो उसमें आ जाते हैं। और अंदर कान में क्या 3 कैनाल होते हैं, सेमी सर्कुलर कैनाल होते हैं, वो ऐसे 3 ओरिएंटेशन में होते हैं, 1, 2 और 3 ऐसे ओरिएंटेशन में रहते हैं। और हमारा बैलेंस इंटरनल ईयर करता है और सेरिबेलम करता है। अदरवाइज जब किसी को डिसीज उस जगह पर देखते हैं कि बूढ़े हैं, वो गिर जा रहे हैं, आगे चल रहे हैं, आगे गिर जा रहे हैं, ये बैलेंस हमारा वो 3 कैनाल्स कर रहे हैं। कभी जब भी उस कैनाल्स में कैल्शियम डिपॉजिट्स ऐसे कुछ आ जाते हैं, कई बार रिसेंट इन्फेक्शन हुआ और इन्फेक्शन खत्म हो रहा है, वो डिपॉजिट्स बन गए, अदरवाइज वो रहते हैं और निकल जाते हैं या सेटल डाउन हो जाते हैं, तो उनको पोजिशनल वर्टाइगो होने लगता है। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि वहाँ की नर्व्स दब जाती है, या कोई डिसीज स्पेसिफिक कंडीशन हो गई, एक किसी को ट्यूमर हो गया, ठीक है, तो या किसी ड्रग का साइड इफेक्ट किसी को हो गया, तो वो हो सकता है। तो क्योंकि कॉजेज बहुत ज्यादा है, जब भी हम काम करते हैं हमको हमेशा ध्यान ये रखना है कि इसका एप्लीकेशन कैसे होगा, और मेरे इस एप्लीकेशन से इन जनरल क्या फायदा होगा। क्योंकि जब तक हम फायदा का एक्सटेंट और नीड नहीं एसेस करेंगे और स्पेसिफिक काम करेंगे, तो उसको हमको क्या बोलेंगे, रिटर्न उतना नहीं मिलेगा। तो आप हम जब भी काम करें तो हमेशा देखें कि भाई क्या मैं सामने वाले को इससे हेल्प दे रहा हूँ, नहीं दे रहा हूँ। यदि आप किसी डॉक्टर के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, तो आप उससे पूछे भी आपको कहाँ दिक्कत हो रही है, ऐसी क्या चीज है जहाँ आपको लिमिटेशन हो रहा है, ऐसा क्या चीज है जो आप हैंडल नहीं कर पा रहे, वो गैप को फिल करने की कोशिश करना है। क्योंकि आप वर्टाइगो जैसे आप काम कर रहे हैं, वो तो ऐसे ही क्लिनिकल डायग्नोसिस बना देगा, या उसको इन्वेस्टिगेट वो करना पड़ेगा, ठीक है। तो हमको उस गैप के लिए काम करने से उसकी यूटिलिटी बढ़ेगी, मैं बोलता हूँ वैल्यूडेशन तब उसमें होगा। ठीक है, आई एम नॉट डिस्करेजिंग यू टू डू एनी नॉट डूइंग एनी वर्क, बट यू नीड टू फाइंड द रीजन और द नीड फॉर दैट वर्क। ठीक है, तो हम लॉन्ग वे उसमें जा पाएंगे, अदरवाइज इट विल लिमिटेड जस्ट टू अ पब्लिकेशन। जी जी, न्यूरो ट्रांसमीटर, डोपामिन न्यूरो ट्रांसमीटर। हाँ। हम्म, हम्म। ये थोड़ा सा मिक्सअप हो गया आपका नॉलेज में। तो डोपामिन का बेसिकली पाथवेज होते हैं ब्रेन में, 5 पाथवे होते हैं, मेसोलिम्बिक, मेसोकॉर्टिकल, नाइग्रोस्टाटल, ठीक है, ट्यूबरो इन्फंडिबुलर, ठीक है, और आपका एक होता है जो ऑर्बिटोफ्रंटल से सेरिबेलम में जाता है। 5 पाथवे होते हैं, और हर एक पाथवे का अपना एक पर्पस है कि पाथवे में नर्व्स जा रहे हैं, अपना रिसेप्टर से कनेक्शन उनका है, और हर एक चीजें हमारी मीडिएट होती है। जैसे मूड स्टेट है, ये मीडिएट हो रहा है उसी डोपामिन रिलीज से। मान लीजिए डोपामिन का रिलीज कभी बढ़ गया, तो मुझे मैनिक सिम्टम आ जाते हैं, या स्किज़ोफ्रेनिक मुझे सिम्टम आ जाते हैं। ठीक है, तो जो मीजोलिम्बिक पाथवे है, वहाँ यदि रिलीज बढ़ेगा तो ये साइकोटिक सिम्टम आते हैं। मीजोकॉर्टिकल पाथवे नॉर्मल एक होमोस्टेसिस बना के रखता है, यदि उसमें लेवल कम हो जाएंगे तो वो निगेटिव सिम्टम स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया वो होता है, और बेसिकली मीजोकॉर्टिकल पाथवे को अफेक्ट करता है। ठीक है, पार्किंसन डिसीज जो है वो नाइग्रोस्टाटल पाथवे को के थ्रू वो मीडिएट होता है। तो डिफरेंट पाथवेज होते हैं, उसके थ्रू मीडिएशन होता है। ठीक है, और जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि डीए डीए इज अनदर, वो नॉन एड्रिनर्जिक रिसेप्टर्स हैं। ठीक है, तो बेसिकली नॉन एड्रिनर्जिक पाथवे, तो अलग अलग टाइप के न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर हैं, अलग अलग सबका काम है, डोपामिन है, सेरोटोनिन है, ठीक है, देन नॉरएपिनेफ्रिन है, एपिनेफ्रिन है, देन ग्लूटामेट है, ग्लाइसिन है, बहुत सारे होते हैं। ठीक है, हर किसी का अपना अपना काम होता है और ये इंटरफेस होते हैं। हो सकता है कि कोई कहीं पर एक्टिवेटर काम कर रहा है, एट द सेम टाइम किसी जगह पर वो ऑटो रिसेप्टर काम कर रहा है। ऑटो रिसेप्टर मतलब वो फीडबैक देता है, वो ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा, फीडबैक देगा, उसको कम कर देगा, जो रिलीजेस है हार्मोन्स के। ठीक है, तो वो बड़ा ही सिंक्रोनाइज सिस्टम ब्रेन का है, तो ऐसा है। देखिए, कुछ चीजें एकदम डिस्क्रीट होती हैं और कुछ चीजें बहुत सटल होती हैं। जैसे आप लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा बटरफ्लाई इफेक्ट। बटरफ्लाई इफेक्ट क्या होता है, कोई बच्चा बताएगा? हाँ हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। ओके, सो वो जो आप बोल रहे हैं तो वो बटरफ्लाई इफेक्ट तो कहीं भी आप देख सकते हैं कि आप बोलेंगे कि एक बटरफ्लाई का ये जो फ्लैपिंग से कहीं पर तूफान आ सकता है। सो दैट इज व्हाट थिंग्स कैन बी लिंक्ड इनटू। बट जब हम देखते हैं कोर चीजें होती हैं कि एक कोर चीजों को एक्सप्लेन इससे कर सकते हैं, बाकी चीजें सपोर्टिंग होती है। क्योंकि जब हम बात करते हैं जो साइकेट्रिक इलनेसेस है ना, इसमें द कॉज नहीं हमारे पास आज भी, द कॉज आज भी नहीं है। स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया पेशेंट में बोलते हैं कि इसका ईजी सिग्नल्स ऐसा होता है, इसका हमारे सिग्नल ऐसा होता है, इसमें सॉल्ट लैकिंग कैपेसिटी इसमें होती है, इसमें ये भी होता है और इसका एसोसिएशन देखा गया है। इट्स जस्ट मियर एसोसिएशन, ठीक है, नॉट मोर देन दैट। इसी के साथ ये जर्नी हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं कि हमको कोशिश करना है उस प्रिसिजन साइकेट्री की, इसलिए हम उस पर ह्यूमन बीइंग काम कर रहे हैं। सब जगह अलग लेवल पे काम इसीलिए चल रहा है क्योंकि अभी द कॉज नहीं हमारे पास। मतलब आप बात करें मेडिकल फील्ड में, जस्ट इन्फेक्टिव डिसीजेस जो है उस पर उसका बस हमारे पास कॉज है ना। हाइपरटेंशन का द कॉज हमारे पास है ना, डायबिटीज का द कॉज हमारे पास है ना, अस्थमा का द कॉज हमारे पास है। हम बस बोलते हैं मलेरिया इससे होता है, टाइफाइड इससे होता है, मेनिंजाइटिस बैक्टीरियल मेनिंजाइटिस से होता है, वायरल। तो इन्फेक्टिव कॉज को छोड़ के बाकी सब जगह नहीं। और कुछ सारी चीजें अब तो जो क्रॉनिक इलनेस है, दे लाइफस्टाइल डिसीज। मैं कैसे खा रहा हूँ, कैसे पी रहा हूँ, कैसे सोच रहा हूँ, कैसा सो रहा हूँ, कितना भाग रहा हूँ, कितना आराम कर रहा हूँ, डिपेंड करता है। मल्टीफैक्टोरियल थिंग्स आर देयर, दैट इज व्हाई इट इज सो इंट्रिकेट। जैसा हमारा ह्यूमन ब्रेन इंट्रिकेट है, वैसे हमारे डिसीजेस भी बहुत इंट्रिकेट कंडीशन सब हो गए। ठीक है, अब नहीं सर, आपसे नहीं, मैं बच्चों से सवाल पूछा, मैं लूंगा। जी जी, ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस। अच्छा, मतलब क्या, मतलब टेक्निकल डेफिनेशन चाह रहे हैं, अंडरस्टैंडिंग चाह रहे हैं? अंडरस्टैंडिंग चाह रहे हैं। हाँ, तो देखिए, जैसे हम लोग इंटेलिजेंस एसेस करना हो, मान लीजिए। हाँ जी, हाँ।
understand it because we are having a forward definition in the AI perspective that the activity of reason and act like a human. And when we use these three terms to think reason and act, 100% dependent on the data, numerical data, nothing deep. Based on that, we are training the AI, the general intelligence, and then the artificial super intelligence. But everything is dependent on the single word of data. So that's why my curiosity is from you understanding human intelligence.
एक तो टेक्निकल टर्म हम पहले बात कर लेते हैं, लाइक कि यदि इस पूरे रूम में बैठे हुए लोगों का मुझे इंटेलिजेंस चेक करना है, मान लीजिए, एक वो तरीका होता है। उसके बाद कुछ डिवाइस टूल होते हैं, ठीक है, जो टूल हमने बनाए हैं, स्टैंडर्डाइज किए हुए हैं, जो बहुत बड़े सैंपल के साथ हमने उसको टेस्ट किया है और देखा है कि उसके जो फाइंडिंग्स को जो हम निकालते हैं उससे हम कंपेयर कर सकते हैं। विद द हेल्प ऑफ दैट हम बोल सकते हैं कि ये मुझसे ज्यादा इंटेलिजेंट है या मैं इनसे कम इंटेलिजेंट। एक तरीका नापने का वो होता है जो प्रैक्टिकल तरीका होता है, ठीक है। तो उसमें क्या सब सब टेस्ट है, टेस्ट के कुछ परफॉर्मेंस पार्ट होते हैं, कुछ नॉन परफॉर्मेंस पार्ट होते हैं। उसमें कुछ होते हैं जिसमें आपको वर्बलाइज करने बोलते हैं, कुछ लिखने को बोलते हैं, कुछ आपको पजल्स दिए जाते हैं उसको बनाना है, और हर एज के लिए वो डिफाइंड है। बच्चों के लिए अलग, बड़ों के लिए अलग, और बड़ों के लिए अलग, ठीक है। जो नहीं पढ़ा उसके लिए अलग, जिसे दिखता नहीं उसी के लिए अलग, जिसको सुनता नहीं उसके लिए अलग, हर किसी के डिफाइन किया वो तो एक तरीका ये होता है। बट इन रियल प्रैक्टिकल सेंस जब हम बात करते हैं, इंटेलिजेंस हैज मेनी सब सब कंपोनेंट, ठीक है। लाइक बहुत सारी चीजें अफेक्ट करती हैं हमारे बिहेवियर को और हमारे एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ बिहेवियर को, ठीक है। से फॉर एग्जांपल कि एक व्यक्ति बहुत ही सीरियस और बहुत ही रिजर्व हो सकता है, लेकिन उसकी मैथमेटिकल एबिलिटी बहुत बढ़िया हो सकती है, ठीक है। दूसरा व्यक्ति जो बात करने में तो बहुत होशियार है, लेकिन कोर सब्जेक्ट में शायद उतना होशियार नहीं। तो इस तरीके के इतने लेयर्स एंड सब लेयर्स हैं, और ये लेयर्स सब लेयर्स जो है दे आर ऑल लर्न। दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ ब्रेन। कोई भी चीज ऑटोमेटिक नहीं आई, कोई भी चीज हमने ऑटोमेटिक एक्वायर नहीं किया हुआ। कुछ एक कंडीशन, इसको हम बोलते हैं जेनेटिक इम्प्रिंटिंग बोलते हैं। उसका एग्जांपल है कि कुछ चीज ऐसी जो बिना लर्निंग के हो जाता है, जैसे कि साइंटिस्ट ने शुरुआत में कहा था कि जैसे बतख के जो बच्चे होते हैं उसमें लाइन पे चलते हैं, बिना उनको बताया वो लाइन पे ही चलते हैं। तो कुछ जेनेटिक इम्प्रिंटिंग वाले पार्ट होते हैं जो एज सच ट्रांसफर करते हैं। बाकी मेजोरिटी ऑफ द थिंग्स जो हम लर्न करते हैं, चाहे वो लैंग्वेज एक्वायर करना हो, चाहे वो चलना हो, चाहे खेलना हो, चीजों को इवेलुएट करना हो, ये चीज की ये वर्थ है कि नहीं, ठीक है, या ये व्यक्ति कैसा है कैसा नहीं है, इसकी लैंग्वेज कैसी है नहीं है। तो वो जो लर्निंग के साथ, पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस के साथ जो नॉलेज है, उसको जब आप अप्लाई कर पाते हो, ठीक है, ये एक्चुअल इंटेलिजेंस है। कि कई बार होता है कि मुझे पता सब होता है लेकिन मैं कर नहीं पाता हूँ, ठीक है। तो यहाँ बहुत सारे सब लेयर्स आते हैं, इसलिए हम बात करते हैं सोशल इंटेलिजेंस की, हम बात करते हैं लॉजिकल इंटेलिजेंस की, इसलिए हम बात करते हैं इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस की, ठीक है। तो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे आई विल से इट वाज हार्ड फॉर मी टू एक्सप्लेन, और आपको लगा क्या बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन ये ऐसा ही है क्योंकि देयर आर मेनी सब लेयर्स ऑफ इट एंड देयर इज नो डिस्क्रीट वे ऑफ डिफाइनिंग थिंग्स। डेफिनेटली जो एक्सपीरियंस जो मैं बात कर रहा हूँ वो डेटा ही है, डेटा को ही प्रोसेस करके मैं सीख रहा हूँ, ठीक है। कि जब बच्चे को चलना सिखाया गया या वो चलने की कोशिश किया है और वो गिरा है, वो 2 दिन तक नहीं चला है, वो डेटा उसके ब्रेन में चला गया है कि अब नहीं चलना है, ठीक है? एक व्यक्ति लिफ्ट में बंद हो गया आधे घंटे के लिए, अब वो मेरे पास आता है कि डॉक्टर साहब मेरे को जब भी मैं क्लोज जगह जा रहा हूँ मुझे डर लग रहा है, मुझे पाल्पिटेशन हो रहा है, ठीक है। उसके ब्रेन ने लर्न किया, एक्सपीरियंस किया, डेटा वो लर्न कर रहा है, ठीक है। तो अल्टीमेटली सब चीजें कम डाउन टू डेटा ओनली। मैंने कहा देयर आर मेनी लेयर्स, मेरा बिहेवियर क्या देख रहे हो, मैं सोच क्या रहा हूँ, ठीक है, मेरे मेरे मेरा हार्ट अभी कैसा काम कर रहा है, मेरा ब्रेन कैसा काम कर रहा है, उसके लेवल्स क्या है, और वो पर्टिकुलर ब्रेन एरिया कितना एक्टिवेटेड हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है, डिपेंड कर रहा है ना। तो these सब लेयर्स आर देयर, मेनी सब लेयर्स आर देयर। तो ह्यूमन ब्रेन, ह्यूमन एक्टिविटी, ह्यूमन बिहेवियर, दे आर डिफिकल्ट टू इंटरप्रेट। Yes, it is complicated, that is why we are surviving, इतने तो जनरेशन आए और गए, इतने सब चीजें हुई, चीजें इवॉल्व हुई हैं, गैलेक्सी हमारी इवॉल्व हुई है, लेकिन हम यहाँ पर हैं इसीलिए हैं कि हमारे पास ब्रेन है। हम्म, हम्म,
different variety,
हम्म,
so variety,
हम्म, हम्म,
process करने का आगे understanding है, primary laws are in it is the data we will experience we will talk about,
हम्म,
the cerebral cortex is contributing, can say that we cannot even examine or analyze इसने ये contribute कैसे कर दिया, ऐसा कुछ था ही नहीं हमारे पास experience, यहाँ पे इसने ये contribute किया और फिर जब के हम अपनी एक्शन परफॉर्म कर पाए, so this is the right thing where the cerebral cortex is contributing when we are not having the primary information or due to lack of experiences or whose experiences are beyond our focus, मुझे पता नहीं ये हुआ, शायद वो हुआ हो, शायद नहीं भी हुआ होगा, but the cerebral cortex is contributing for that.
ठीक है, क्योंकि देखिए ऐसा है कि जब हम शुरुआत करते हैं ना, वी आर प्रोजेनी ऑफ आवर एंसेस्टर्स। हर एक जो एक बच्चा जो है एक ब्रेन लेके आता है, उसके ब्रेन का मेकअप डिपेंड करता है कि उसके माँ बाप से उसने क्या जीन एक्वायर किया है। जब वो बच्चा माँ के पेट में था उसको कितना न्यूट्रिशन मिला है, कितना उसका डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, ये बेसिक सबस्ट्रेट लेके वो पैदा होता है। नाउ ये बेसिक सबस्ट्रेट अपने साथ बहुत डायनेमिक प्रोसेस में आगे बढ़ता जा रहा है इन टर्म्स ऑफ जो भी आप एक्सपीरियंसेस डेटा जो बोल रहे हैं। तो एक बेसिक सबस्ट्रेट के ऊपर सब चीजें बिल्ड हो रही है। मान लीजिए कि दो दो लोगों की शादी हुई जिनके दिमाग पहले कमजोर थे, ठीक है, उनमें चांसेस ऑफ हैविंग नॉट इंटेलिजेंट चाइल्ड इज वेरी हाई। लेकिन फिर भी वो कुछ ना कुछ ब्रेन लेके आएगा। कोई ब्रेन रिजर्व 10 लेके आता है, कोई 8 लेके आता है, कोई 7 लेके आता है, कोई 5 लेके आता है, एंड देन उसके ऊपर हिसाब से सारी चीजें मेकअप होती है। कुछ एक हमारे इनहेरेंट डिफरेंसेस हैं जो रहते हैं, जैसे कि मेल फीमेल कुछ इनहेरेंट डिफरेंस है तो है, वो ब्रेन का स्ट्रक्चर ही वैसा है, ठीक है। लाइक की सेंस ऑफ कलर, सेंस ऑफ म्यूजिक, no, some artistic skill, they are inherently good in girls, ठीक है। Some things like no being very agile, very aggressive, very playful, it's more to do with the boys, ठीक है। तो एक बेसिक सबस्ट्रेट नेचर वो सब आया है, और कुछ चीजें जो हम बोलते हैं ब्रेन चेंज करता है विथ इन्वायरमेंटल इफेक्ट, ठीक है। क्योंकि आज से जो 200 साल पुरानी जो प्रोजेनी थी और आज की जो है उसके अंडरस्टैंडिंग में फर्क है। हम लोग बात करते हैं एक इफेक्ट की, उसमें ये कहा गया है कि हर 10 साल में आईक्यू स्कोर एक नंबर से बढ़ रहा है। जैसे जैसे हम इवॉल्व होते जा रहे हैं वो बढ़ रहा है, इसलिए जो भी हमारे टेस्ट होते हैं उसको हमको अपडेट करना होता है कि अभी वो प्रिडिक्शन कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है जो पहले कर रहा था। इसको हम बोलते हैं वैलिडेशन, कि जो हम सोच रहे हैं क्या वो उसको नाप रहा है, कुछ और नाप रहा है। जैसे हमने बोला है कि ये 2 किलो सब्जी है, हम उस बाट को पहले स्टैंडर्डाइज करते हैं, उसको नापते हैं एक कंडीशन में, उसको बोलते तब बोलते हैं 2 किलो। सेम वे यहाँ हमको हर बार अपडेट करना है, ठीक है। सेम वे आप देखेंगे कुछ एक फेनोमेना है कि वेट का मेजरमेंट यहाँ और स्पेस में अलग है बिकॉज ऑफ सम अदर इफेक्ट, ठीक है। हमारे वेट जो है चेंज हो रहे हैं, हमारा टाइम हल्का सा शिफ्ट हो रहा है, ये सारी चीजें हो रही हैं अपने आप, ग्रेजुअल प्रोसेस है। तो एक इवोल्यूशनरी जो कंटेक्स्ट है हमेशा रहता है जिसमें इवॉल्व होना या लिटिल बिट ऑफ म्यूटेशन जिसको हम बोलते हैं। लिटिल बिट म्यूटेशन तो हम पैथोलॉजिकल सेंस में बोलते हैं कि जीन म्यूटेशन हुआ और उससे कुछ किसी को प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, लेकिन एक सटल चेंजेस पीरियड के हिसाब से, टाइम के हिसाब से होते जा रहे हैं, ठीक है। और ब्रेन का एक हर फंक्शन है, जैसे आप बोले कि फ्रंटल में डिसीजन मेकिंग कैपेसिटी है, ठीक है, पैराइटल लोब में किसी और चीज की फंक्शनिंग हो रही है, ऑक्सीपिटल लोब में कुछ और चीजों की फंक्शनिंग हो रही है, ठीक है। मुझे यहाँ चोट लगा और जस्ट यहाँ इंजरी हुई, यहाँ पर मेरा आई का रीजन होता है, ठीक है, मेरी रोशनी चली जाएगी, बाकी चीजें इंटेक्ट होता रह जाएंगे, ठीक है। कंकशन इंजरी किसी को हुई, फ्रंटल लोब उसका गड़बड़ हुआ, उसकी सारी चीजें ठीक रहेंगी लेकिन डिसीजन मेकिंग कैपेसिटी गड़बड़ होती जाएगी उसकी। आप बोलेंगे पहले ठीक काम कर रहा है, अभी कैसे कैसे काम कर रहा है व्यक्ति, जस्ट एक कंकशन इंजरी उसको हुई है, उसका डिसीजन मेकिंग कैपेसिटी कम्प्रोमाइज हो गया क्योंकि वो ब्रेन उसका अफेक्टेड हो गया, ठीक। चलिए, मैं बच्चों से कुछ सवाल एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था। आप भी बच्चे हैं? नहीं, आप लोग बच्चे नहीं लग रहे मुझे तो। सॉरी।
मास्टर साहब के दो
अच्छा, बड़े बच्चे, छोटे बच्चे से सवाल लूंगा। जी जी। चलिए, इसका कोई जवाब कोई बच्चा देकर बताओ। छोटे बच्चे, बड़े छोटे, इसका जवाब देना है आपको। क्या कुछ जवाब इसका हो सकता है क्या? बहुत सही वैलिड क्वेश्चन पूछा। बोले कंप्यूटर में मारो 23,500 इंटू 23 10,000 तो फटाक से निकाल देता है, यही बोल रहे हैं आप? लेकिन आप तो नहीं डाल ही पा रहे हो। तो ठीक है, सब बेसिक है ना, आप और वैसे नहीं सब इधर थोड़ी है। देखिए कोई जवाब दे।
machine learning, human learning में आपकी question होती है, और हम जब मशीन लर्निंग में हम पहले से ही इस चीज को सेट तो ये ट्रेनिंग करता है।
ये एक बोतल है, ठीक, ये मेरा ब्रेन है मान लीजिए, ठीक है, इसमें बहुत तरह के पानी मैंने भरे हुए हैं, ठीक है, लेकिन हमने क्या किया कि हमने एक दूसरा बोतल लिया, तो बोले हमने सिर्फ लाल पानी भर दिया है। ये मशीन लर्निंग। हमारे ब्रेन में क्या है ना कि जगह इतनी है उस बैग में, उतनी जगह की उसमें आप 10 बुक भर सकते हो। 11वीं या 12वीं बुक उस बैग में नहीं आएगी, तो बुक फटेगी, बाकी चीजें होंगी। तो एक ब्रेन का अपना एक प्रोसेस का तरीका होता है कि चीजें वो रखता है और निकालता है, क्योंकि जितनी चीजें स्टैक होंगी उतना रखेगा। आप कोई भी नई चीज जब पढ़ते हैं, कोई भी नई चीज आज के दिन पढ़ेंगे, 90% ऑफ पीपल बाय द एंड ऑफ द वीक forget 90% of those content। ये नॉर्मल ह्यूमन ब्रेन फंक्शनिंग है, 90%। आप एक हफ्ते के एंड पे नई चीजों को भूल जाते हैं, नॉर्मल प्रोसेस है। आप याद कैसे करते हो, रिवाइज कर करके याद करते हैं, ठीक है। हमने एक ऐसी मशीन बनाई है जो भाई तेरे को सिर्फ कैलकुलेशन करना है, ये वो कर पाएगा। हमने कहा कुछ आदमी हैं कंप्यूटर से भी तेज हो जा रहे हैं, अभी चेस वाले प्लेयर सब खेल रहे हैं, रोज कंप्यूटर को हरा रहे हैं उन लोग, लेकिन हम और आप तो हरा नहीं सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो ये फर्क है कि हमारे पास बहुत सारे लेयर्ड के थोड़े 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 करके बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट है। मशीन लर्निंग में हम ऐसा चीज क्रिएट करें जिसमें हम लैग कर रहे हैं, इसलिए तो हम उसको बना रहे हैं कि मेरी सुविधा इससे बढ़े, मैं ऐसी एक मशीन, ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ाऊं जो शायद मैं उतना अच्छा नहीं कर सकता, इसलिए मैं मशीन बना रहा हूँ। तो मुझे मशीन की क्या जरूरत है कि जहां मैं नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ उसको बना रहा हूँ, उसका स्पेसिफिक लेकिन पर्पस वही काम करेगा। आप उससे पूछिए कि भाई वो तो बोल रहा तीतर के आगे पीछे, तीतर के दो पीछे तीतर, आगे तीतर पीछे तीतर, बोलो कितने तीतर, 3 तीतर। एक ने कहा नहीं भैया वो देखिए 2 ही तीतर है, बोले क्यों, बोले पीछे वाला झूठ बोल रहा था। ये तो सोच नहीं पाएगा ना, उसको जो चीज लर्न कराएगा, जो मॉडल क्रिएट कराएगा वो उतना ही लर्न कर पाएगा, ठीक है। लेकिन ह्यूमन ब्रेन में यहाँ आ गया, बोलो बीच में झूठ बोल रहा था, बोलो कितने बचे, 2 तीतर बचे थे, तो आगे पीछे थे नहीं, वो झूठ बोला वो तो, ठीक है। तो ये ब्यूटी है ब्रेन की, और ये हमको एडेड एडवांटेज मशीन लर्निंग दे रहा है कि जहां हम नहीं कर पा रहे मेरे काम का मैं बनाऊंगा उसको, कंप्यूटर बनाऊंगा, मैं काम करवाऊंगा उससे, मैं ऐसे मशीन बनाऊंगा, ऑटोमेटिक मशीन बनाऊंगा जो मेरे टेस्ट तुरंत निकाल देगा। ब्लड रन किया उसमें, तुरंत फटाफट सीबीसी निकाल दिया। हम जब पढ़ते थे हमको बोलते थे माइक्रोस्कोप देखो गिनो, बोले ट्यूबर्स चेंबर होते हैं, छोटे छोटे चैम्बर्स होते हैं, माइक्रोस्कोप में देखे अब गिनिए उसमें कितने प्लेटलेट्स हैं, फिर काउंट निकालिए। उसको हमने मशीन में आज कर दिया है, डाटा रन करिए, स्मीयर बनाता है, फट से काउंटिंग करके दे देता है आपको, लीजिए 2 मिनट में रिपोर्ट तैयार। तो मुझे जरूरत है इसलिए मैं इसको बना रहा हूँ। हाँ, लास्ट क्वेश्चन ना, ये तो साइकेट्रिक क्वेश्चन होगा, यही क्वेश्चन पूछिए, इसमें तो आपको 3 दिन का लेक्चर दे दूंगा लेकिन अभी तुमको गड़बड़ हो जाएगा ना सर मारेंगे मुझे
3 मिनट में दे सकते हैं सर।
अच्छा 3 मिनट टाइम दिया सर ने, धन्यवाद 3 मिनट में समझाने की कोशिश करता हूँ आपको मैं हाँ जी जी, मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ मैं कि मैं ओसीडी एक ऐसा कंडीशन है बच्चा जिसमें कि लाइक एक रिपीटेड थॉट्स या कुछ इमेजेस या कुछ एक्ट्स एक व्यक्ति बार बार करता रहता है, उसे कुछ ब्रेन रीजन्स होते हैं जहां पर फीडबैक लूप होते हैं। फीडबैक लूप जब मैं कर रहा हूँ तो कितना करना है कितना रुकना मुझे पता होता है, मैंने इनसे पूछा सर देखिए टाइम तो नहीं हो रहा है, ये फीडबैक लूप है मेरा, मैं इनसे पूछ लिया कि मैं कॉन्शियस हूँ भाई टाइम बढ़ रहा है, और मुझे सर ने 1 घंटे बोला, मैं 1.5 घंटे बोल दिया ऑलरेडी, और आप फिर सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, परमिशन उनसे लिया। ये फीडबैक लूप है जो कट जाता है। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल उस एरिया में जो सिक्रीशंस ऑफ जो न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर है वो कम हो जाते हैं और उसको कंट्रोल वो कम कर पाता है। इसके लिए हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि एक दवा है जो कि सेरोटोनिन का लेवल बढ़ाती है ब्रेन में, और वो जाके उस एरिया में काम करती, जैसे वो काम करेगी वापस उसका कंट्रोल धीरे धीरे लौटते आता है। ठीक है, तो डॉर्सल प्रीफ्रंटल कॉर्टेक्स वाला एरिया जो होता है उसके दो मीडियल और डॉर्सल दो वेंट्रल जो ट्रैक होते हैं, वेंट्रल ट्रैक में जो फीडबैक लूप होता है वो काम नहीं करता है। 3 मिनट में फटाफट बोल पाऊंगा सर। ठीक है, दवाइयों से एंड थेरेपी 50% दवाइयां काम करती, 50% थेरेपी काम करती है उस एरिया में। ठीक है, तो उससे कॉम्बिनेशन हम इनका फिर ट्रीटमेंट करते हैं। बिल्कुल हो सकता है, लेकिन 100% श्योरिटी, 100% प्रिफरेंस किसी डिसीज का नहीं होता है, लेकिन यस दे डू प्ले अ रोल। ठीक है, एंड यूजुअली हम ये सब जो साइकेट्रिक कंडीशन, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ दोस कंडीशन दे आर हैविंग अ बायो साइको सोशल ओरिजिन, मींस बायोलॉजी, सम जेनेटिक्स, सम प्रॉब्लम, देन सम साइकोलॉजी एंड देन सोशियोलॉजी, लाइक हम किस इन्वायरमेंट में रह रहे हैं, कैसे रह रहे हैं, कैसा लोगों का बिहेवियर है, कैसी चीजों को हम इंटरप्रेट करते हैं। ठीक है, जैसे जिसको हमारे है ना लोग, अरे गंदा है, ये है, वो चला साफ करने के लिए, तो वो सोसाइटी में ज्यादा है जहाँ सफाई छुआछूत ये सब ज्यादा, वहाँ ज्यादा दिख जाता है, तो वो सब का भी इसमें रोल होता है। आप पूछो, मैं फिर देखूंगा। देखिए, हर बीमारी का अलग अलग सीवियरिटी होता है, अलग अलग उसका रूप होता है। कुछ लोगों में रेजिस्टेंट ओसीडी होता है, काम ही नहीं करता है। 10 से 15% ऐसे होते हैं जिसमें कि आप फुल ड्रग, फुल थेरेपी करिए, उसको फिर भी फायदा नहीं होता है। तो जैसे हम वेरिएशन होता है ना कि कुछ स्मार्ट बच्चा, कुछ बहुत स्मार्ट बच्चा, कुछ गधा बच्चा, कुछ बहुत गधा बच्चा, तो जैसे ये वेरिएशन स्पेक्ट्रम है, सेम स्पेक्ट्रम हर एक डिसीज कंडीशन में होता है। ठीक है, तो 5 से 10% पेशेंट हमको हर एक डिसीज कंडीशन में मिलते हैं जो कि रेजिस्टेंट केसेस होते हैं। ठीक है, एंड ओसीडी फॉर दैट से थोड़ा लॉन्ग टर्म इनका कोर्स रहता है। दूसरा है कि इनहेरेंट फ्लक्चुएशन इसका एक नेचर है, इवन ऑन ड्रग्स, सम स्ट्रेसर किसी को आ गया वो डिसीज वापस से प्लेयर अप कर जाता है। ठीक है, लेकिन यदि इंसाइट होता है, पेशेंट कंटिन्यूस ड्रग में होता है, आप ठीक हो, गड़बड़ लगा, डॉक्टर पास वापस आते हैं 2 साल बाद, फटाफट एक दो सेशन लिया, वापस से ही कम्स बैक टू नॉर्मल। ठीक।
Has to thank sir for his
insightful discussion. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Sir physically agreed to come here physically and deliver this lecture, and I hope this lecture has given new medical perspective of whatever we have seen so far, artificial intelligence, machine learning in healthcare application. We have been seeing since last 4 5 days, but in this lecture, that's why this lecture we kept, sir, just to see its other side of the story. And I hope sir has thrown light on all those aspects, and it would be helpful for all of us. और बाकी डिटेल जिसको डिस्कस करना है, please visit Ames and sir, you can meet us sir there. Thank you sir. So officially we are कुछ और क्वेश्चन है, so we are having this tea break. Break टाइम में आप डिस्कस कर सकते हो, because second session we are about to start, sir is waiting. ठीक है, so please join for tea, and after that tea 10 minutes we will rejoin again. Thank you.
Thank you all.
yes. once they will get something. Take a plant beforehand. What they will do. They put the data. Whatever you can add.
Yes, sir. Oh,
जब भी अपने को लगता है कि फॉर्म खराब है तो तब तक ही पकड़ के ला देंगे
You know what topic?
And types of ठीक है फर्स्ट वन इसके साथ में तो बीच में जी अच्छा तीनों right.
हाँ correct. Yes sir, correct.
Right.
Online.
अच्छा ऑनलाइन
हाँ कुछ बच्चे सर
हाँ हाँ
चार
ठीक
5 बच्चे ऑनलाइन
कोई
है
दिक्कत
तो जी जी सर तो इसीलिए उसको शेयर कर दिया हमने।
हाँ हाँ ठीक तो ऑनलाइन बड़े में बोलना
हाँ ठीक है सर आप मुंह में
कैमरा अपना कहाँ से रिकॉर्ड
कोई कर सकते हैं सर कोई दिक्कत नहीं है आपका फेस मैं भी नहीं दिखेगा ये सबको विजिबल होगा दिस इज विजिबल टू एवरीवन ठीक है
ठीक
आप बस करो और ये सर पॉइंटर है
ठीक
और
है
इसे स्लाइड
स्क्रॉल करने को
हाँ अच्छा इससे होता है इसे बैक साइड इसे फ्रंट इसे इधर जाएगा फॉरवर्ड इसे बैकवर्ड और इसे पॉइंटर है सर पॉइंटर
ठीक है
सर थोड़ा सा एक स्मॉल फॉर्मल इंट्रोडक्शन
हाँ
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. It's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Neeraj Sharma, sir. Professor Sharma, sir, is professor in School of Biomedical Engineering and IIT BHU. He has completed his BTech in Electrical Engineering from NIT Kurukshetra, MTech degree in Instrumentation from NIT Kurukshetra, and PhD degree in Biomedical Engineering from IIT BHU. He is a life member of Association of Medical Physicists of India and Indian Society of the Technical Education. He has more than 100 journal papers, 35 conference paper, and one book chapter. He has completed many consultancy projects. Professor Sharma has also 4 patent and 3 research projects in his credit. He has delivered more than 10 guest lecture at various places. He has got Gandhian Young Scientist Award, Innovation Award, Government of India. His research interests including the artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning application to medical images and signal processing, electro-optical instrumentation, biomedical instrumentation, system design, etc. So this is brief introduction about sir. Sir, may I request to deliver your expert talk?
First of all, Very good morning to all of you, and thanks to Professor Anurag Singh, who has given me this opportunity to interact with you people. I can share whatever this 20 years of my experience I have learned about the biomedical engineering. If I'm audible? Okay. So whatever I have learned in this period of journey of 20 years, I have mainly worked in the area of the signal processing, image processing, and of course, all of you know that artificial intelligence has become the right-hand tools of mainly the biomedical engineers to analyze and process this image. So that I am going to discuss about this. So I may be taking two lectures, one today and one maybe tomorrow. So first of all, I am going to dealing with the noise and artifacts in the medical image. So even this also applies to your signal domain also. Some of you may be working in the signal domain also. So there also the same criteria, most of the same criteria apply. That is in one dimension, and this is basically an image is a two-dimension phenomenon. So why it is important to deal with the artifacts and noise? Okay, no. So simply because whenever we start with processing any image, so any image processing may be involving mainly the first of all the pre-processing that from image enhancement point of view and image restoration point of view. So first aim is to remove the noise so that you are faithfully able to recover the data. Any extraneous noise is filtered out from that, and then you can apply it for the analysis of that. So removal of the noise is the first thing that is required to be done after capturing the image. That is the first and primary most important step. Okay. So from this point of view, we'll discuss about the type of noise and artifacts that can possibly affect your medical images. Then what are the image enhancement and artifact correction techniques? So how we can do it. So why it is important to know exactly the nature of, first of all, it will be important to know the nature of the noise. That we will discuss how we can mathematically model it, we can analyze it, and then simply because whenever you are going to apply any filter for any processing, it will also alter your original pixels or original data of the medical image. So if you know what is the different, what is the type of the noise that is present in your image, so that has become very crucial in first step. So that you can judiciously collect the filter for removing that noise. Else, what will happen in case if you apply it in general way or without knowing the nature of the noise, then it will also affect your original data. That will lead to loss of the original data. So now let's start. What are the different type of noises? So these are the generalized terms. The medical images mainly play role in the diagnosis. These are the application from point of view diagnosis, treatment planning, particularly in radio in cancer treatment, like the treatment with the radiotherapy, or and to see what is the exact outcome. So different applications are there of medical diagnosis and treatment planning. Different applications are there. So from the point of view, we can categorize this imaging modality into three categories: functional description and anatomical structure, then geometric models and structure, and diagnostic assessment. And most of the medical imaging modalities provide data in two spatial dimensions, that is X and Y. And Third could be the time sequence, that is in terms of frame. Most of the time, the CT, computed tomography, and MR images, they are available in terms of frames. Frames in sagittal planes, transversal plane, frontal plane. So 3 planes we divided so that we can get the information in all the dimensions. And sometimes 4D also become common nowadays, but mainly it's 2D and 3D only. So with the increasing use of CT, mainly CT, MR and ultrasound, 3 imaging modalities are there. I have separately added lecture on some PowerPoint. Maybe we may be shifting toward that. That includes your X-rays. Nowadays, it is the digital X-ray that is in the use. And digital X-rays are mainly already processed to get you the best quality of it. And you can compare its quality with the earlier available analog type X-rays. Ultrasounds are the next one. Computed tomography and MR imaging. MR imaging in terms of T1 and T2 weighted pulses and the different type of noises. So these are going to be the sequence involved in the computer-aided diagnosis. So today we will be discussing about the first sequence. So this involves pre-processing, then feature extraction. Feature extraction is also an important part. I will provide you the PowerPoint. So you can, of course, note down the key points, but don't burden yourself by writing it more. I will provide you. Pre-processing, denoising, enhancement, and artifact correction. So denoising is a general term. You can apply the filter. Enhancement is little bit one more step in enhancing this. Artifact correction, sometimes it deals with designing the tailor-made algorithms to correct a particular artifact. Then feature extraction is another important part. Feature extraction means we can extract the important information, and feature could be as good as your statistical feature, could be your wavelet feature, Fourier features, or it could be your then your structural feature itself. Okay, so feature can be broadly classified into lot many categories, and it could be a combination also. Then this is followed by the automated segmentation, and then finally analysis, which mainly involve the application of some classifier. Probably nowadays, more and more application is of the CNN convolution neural network or deep learning type of network, attention network is more popular in this area. So the main medical imaging modality, just I have defined. These include your X-ray and MRI, computed tomography, ultrasound. In this, the PET scan is the scan which and some MRI also. One type of pulse sequencing of MRI also, they mainly give you the functional information, structure as well as the functional information. So this I have taken from the net source. This is the ultrasound. This is the computed tomography, mainly involves the X-ray imaging, magnetic resonance imaging, PET imaging. PET involves the uptake of the radioactive isotope to study the characteristic. For example, for studying the thyroid gland, mainly the radioactive iodine is used. And for cancer study, FDG, FDG is mainly, I will give the full form, it is required, is the main element that is used. And by the uptake of that element, we are able to understand if the gland or tissue group is functioning normally or if it is in overactive type of region. For example, the cancerous tissue, the more uptake of the FDG is there, and accordingly we can find out that patch is more thicker and broader. Yeah. PET imaging. PET is what for PET is for positron emission tomography. Yeah. What is it used for? Mainly it is used for doing the functional imaging. For example, if the radioactive iodine is given, it is thyroid gland, it will be taking. If the patch is normal, of same size, a normal size, then that means it is the perfectly the all right thyroid gland. The patch size is more, then maybe cancerous cell. That is where the uptake is done, then there the positrons are emitted and they are captured by the suitable positron emission capturing device. So functional imaging, mainly the treatment planning in radiotherapy or any is done jointly by the CT and PET jointly. You can do the register, you can do the structural analysis as well as the functional analysis of that gland. So different sequence can be used, T1 and T2 relaxation time and accordingly MRI. Computed tomography, okay. So mainly these are the X-ray absorption profiles. Then now I am coming to the main point. So what could be the possible type of the noise that can be present? I just tried to give you, and one very good reference paper is there that particularly works on the modeling of the this. I will just show it to you right now also. Give you the broad classification of the different type of noise and how they can be mathematically modeled and how it can be corrected accordingly. So first of all, noise due to the sensor and related electronic systems. So those who are from electronics background, they might be knowing whatever the identical condition of sensor development you may try, but there will be some difference in the characteristics of the sensor from one sensor to the another sensor. So that may introduce some of linear or non-linear type of deviation from the desired response. So that is the sensor-related noise that has to be compensated. That can be compensated at the sensing, at the time of sensing, or it can be compensated after capturing the data or the signal itself. Then blurring of the images. So blurring of the images, it may be because of number of factors. For example, if you are capturing an image using your camera, the blurring may be because of improper focusing, or it may be because of the relative motion of the capturing system, and that. Same is the case with the X-ray or any other imaging modality. Whenever the relative motion between the capturing system and the patient will take place, it will introduce the motion artifact. That's why in CT scan, the head fixers are there, and while taking the chest X-ray, the radiographer asks a patient to hold his breath so that the motion artifact is not there. Okay, so blurring, motion artifact, and reconstruction artifact. Some of the reconstruction artifact may be present while reconstructing the images, simply because when the data is normally captured in the profiling way, and that then the images are reconstructed, mainly the CT scan, computed tomography, MR scan, or even the ultrasound scan. These are all reconstructed image. Note the images which we normally see in the real world, that is the light interacts and falls on the eye. These are all the reconstructed profile. In X-rays, it is the X-ray absorption profile, and MRI image, it is the magnetic resonance profile. So all these are reconstructed images. So there are some limitations of the reconstruction algorithm, and they can introduce some reconstruction. Then partial volume artifact. This is particularly very common with the most of the imaging modality. That is your CT scan also. That is your MRI also. Why? Basically, our human body structure is a 3D structure. There is overlap of the different. For example, the liver may be lying ahead of the gallbladder, kidneys. So all these things are superimposed over one another, and we are getting the profile in 2D domain only. Of course, they are in terms of slices, but 2D domain. What is happening? So the 3D structure, when superimposed over one another, for example, this and this image, so there will be particularly superimposition of the tissues, particularly at the border location or wherever the overlap is. So because of that, the partial volume artifact will. Then intensity, inhomogeneity, artifact. This is the artifact that is mainly, you can say that affects your MR imaging modalities. MR imaging modality, intensity, inhomogeneity will be there. I will be showing you these artifacts also. So according to the type of the noise or artifact, we will have to utilize the particular noise cleaning technique, noise filtering technique. The idea is to maximize the signal to noise ratio, get the best image so that it can be appreciated by the radiologist, and it is also helpful in automatic diagnostic or clinical planning tools. So these are some of the noises. I've just tried to capture, taken these images from the net. You can also find a lot many images will be there. You can search for them and see what the particular type of noise is. So this is just for example. Partial volume artifact means overlapping. So this is the image is something representing it, but not clearly. So we can represent it some better image. So this is not very good image from partial noise artifact understanding. Radio frequency noise. This you can see that there are the lines which are present because of the radio frequency. So this we can also cover up in the structural noise also or some rhythmic type of noise. This intensity, inhomogeneity. You can see that this is the inhomogeneous in intensity. This may happen because of the distance of the patient with the coil. Particularly, you will find that more in neonatal or child's imaging when you are carried, the distance of that maybe not be equidistant from the imaging coil. Then gradient artifact, then motion artifact. You can see the blurring in one direction. So if the head rotates, the motion will be in different direction. So in motion artifact, to correct it, you will have to go with the image restoration type of technique. That is, first of all, you will have to estimate what is the amount and degree of rotation in a particular direction, then accordingly model it, and then correct it, bring the pixel back to that location. This is wraparound, the process from this position to this position. This is typical MRI artifact. Then gives ring. Here the total information will be lost. So no restoration procedure will work on this type of thing. Then susceptibility artifact. These are the three types of artifacts. Then artifacts that are more common in CT image. This is again a motion artifact. Sorry, this is something. But B is beam hardening artifact. You can see it here. Beam hardening artifact mainly takes place. Normally, the X-ray tubes or X-ray cameras are operated with the fixed level of kV6 kV potential applied across it. But in some time, there may be fluctuation in that kV6 potential applied. So that will lead to beam hardening. Then ring artifact. This is your ring artifact, B and E. Then this is also the ring artifact. And this is the blooming artifact. Blooming artifact mainly take place whenever the metal implant, particularly some of the dental implants, interfere with the imaging modality. So that will give you the blooming artifact. We can minimize it. Some of the nowadays dental implants are available that doesn't interfere with MRI imaging or CT imaging. That type of dental implants are also available, but we can do some processing to recover the data. So challenges in filtering, image denoising with least blurring. So first of all, whenever we are dealing with the noises, the challenges will be image denoising with least blurring. That is, some of the denoising techniques lead to the blurring of the image. I will take this a particular example. For example, if you are doing the averaging or removing the high frequency noise, then it will lead to the blurring of the edges of the images. But there are some algorithms which are particularly very good in dealing with dealing with these artifacts, particularly high frequency artifact. At the same time, doesn't catch the blurring of the edges. For example, in that category, median filter is the popularly used filter. I will discuss that also after these few slides. So tissue contrast enhancement without noise amplification. So sometimes you will find that the goal of this enhancement and filtering are contradictory in nature. That's why you can, I will tell you that we work with the multi-objective functions. Normally, while dealing with the noise, one thing you can always keep in mind that you can always include some good optimization algorithm as a part of denoising algorithm. That is, whenever you are going to use it, or in normal practice also when you are working with the artificial intelligence technique, optimization is not, you can say that exactly belonging to your artificial intelligence technique, but still it plays a very important role in selecting and setting the parameter. Basically, it's the main role is of the fine tuning of the system. That is your AI tool also, and at the same time tuning the filtering of the system also. So optimization technique, whatever you know, you can include simple as your gradient based type optimizers, but that are applicable for continuous functions. Most of the time we find that our functions are non-linear in nature. They may be having different terms. So from that point of view, you can easily apply genetic algorithm. You can apply particle swim optimization, Antline type of algorithms. You can apply simulated alien physics derived principles. So any of the algorithm you can try with. You can try it with single objective function or multi-objective function at a time. So the more you complex you go, more demanding your algorithm will become in terms. It will demand in terms of your computational power, computational time, and artifact correction without loss of information. So that is also another goal. That when we are correcting the noise and artifact, I've already told you that in the process of manipulation, some of the pixel original data will also get manipulated. Okay, so the problems leading with the artifact, MR and CT artifact, of course, you can include this other imaging modality also. I have taken particular example with reference to the CT and MR only right now. Problems needing appropriate filtering and method, for example, noise susceptibility, artifact and non-sharp factors. So this will require simple filtering. Now at this stage, I can tell you, that is in the next slide. Image filtering can be done by two ways. One is by the statistical operations. You are good in statistical operation, you can do it by statistical. Second is by convolution. You can apply the convolution mask to do it. And at the same time, I tell you that convolution operation is also now the one of the major operations that is applied in the convolution neural network. So almost the same principle carried out there. There you might have got lecture 2-3 lectures on it. There the convolution principles, max pooling and average pooling, both type of principles are there. Then so that is the same thing. We are applying the convolution. So convolution is a very powerful. Convolution is a very powerful tool. So if you are for the statistical operation also, this also, the combination will do wonders for you. You can apply this for your enhancement correction as well as the information extraction from your images. So this tool will be the very powerful. So what by the replacing each value with the for example, so appropriate filtering method will be required. The problems needing appropriate image restoration technique. For example, the blurring in case of that will need image restoration. First of all, model it, then restore it. One very good example of the image restoration is the I normally used to give to my student is the one you might be knowing about the Hubble's telescope. Basically, in Hubble telescope, what was done? Its optics and system was prepared on the Earth and environment. But when it was launched in space, because the refractive index of the air, but in case of space, it was capturing the blurred image. So the solution was either to bring it back, which was quite expensive and not possible at all, or to design the algorithm which can perfectly match and restore that image. That algorithm was designed for the Hubble's telescope. You can research this after this lecture, this particular classical problem. That will give you very good insight about what is restoration. The same technique was then applied to the correction of the mammographic image. Almost the same similar algorithm which was used to correct this was used to remove the used to enhance the mammography. This is the restoration. That is, you can particularly model it. So for restoration, you will have to model the things, design the mathematical model. Then on that basis of the mathematical model, you can do the restoration. So restoration techniques are very powerful, particularly if an artifact is known and you know that this is definitely going to come in your system every time. It may be non-linearity of some sensor also, or the aging of the sensor. With the aging of the sensor, there comes some deterioration. So instead of replacing those sensors, you can do it by restoration also. And problem reading specific algorithm, such as partial volume artifact intensity, inhomogeneity artifact. So partial volume artifact can be very well dealt by the fuzzy based algorithm, fuzzy clustering, which allows the overlapping membership. So fuzzy rule based or fuzzy based systems work very well on partial volume artifact. And similarly, intensity and homogeneity also you can build design the specific algorithm. It could be piecewise algorithm. You can adjust it and correct. I will show you some of the algorithms that we have done. So image filtering, removal of noise, sharpening the contrast, detection of the edges. Two methods are there. So within this, now let me start with the first application, that is the median filter. Median filter is the filter you can apply without any hesitation. This is the only one filter. That is the median filtering. Another is the histogram equalization. Of course, the histogram equalization bring about some aberration in the pixel, but then also able to revealing some hidden information also hidden in the image. So median filter is the filter which will not alter the original pixel so much, and it will not also you can say that at the same time blur your edges, blur your information blurring will not be there, enhancement will be there. So this is the one filter which you can apply blindly on any case, median filtering. Why? Simply because whenever we are having an image, what will be the noise? Noise will be outlier data points which are not belonging to your original image. This could be on higher side also. This could be on lower side also. So noise means outlier data point. And in median filtering, what we do, we take a specific window. Suppose I take a specific window. Window selection we can do 3 by 3, 5 by 5, 7 by 7, 9 by 9, or any higher order. The more you take here, 9, 5, 49. The number of the pixels involved will increase. And particularly when you are using the statistical, median is again statistical. Mean, mode, median, standard deviation, these are your statistical tools that gives the statistical information about the images. These statistical tools will work better the moment you go on the higher side. You can choose, but at the same time, it will involve the computational cost. At the computational cost. So optimally, normally we can go between these 5 by 5 or 7 by 7. Trade-off can be done. Most of the time, you will find 5 by 5 window size will be sufficient and good, practically good enough to give you most of the. 3 by 3 will be a little bit small, and it will depend upon the at all. If the some edges there, thick edges there, that is 3 by 3. Then definitely we will have to go till at the higher one. So while dealing with the median, we sort the data, sorting command, sort the data either in ascending or descending order. In that case, the outlier data point, whatever the outlier data points are there, I can values 25. When you are going to arrange this data into ascending or descending order, your outlier data point will be left either on this side or on this side, and your main data, the central data, will automatically, after doing finding out the median, you will be replacing this. Suppose this is your central pixel is some outlier data. Automatically, it will be replaced by the median value, and your noise filtering will be there. So I have taken some example also. This is the median. Mainly, it is used to filter salt and pepper type of noise. So the type of noise I will just cover after. Salt and pepper type of is very low intensity, right? But after applying the median filter, completely recover your. Sometimes this is intensity so that you are not able to get the image. Then Gaussian filtering. Gaussian filtering is also the filtering which we use for different applications. Gaussian filtering means you see this is the Gaussian curve, this is the standard Gaussian. In this is the mean value of your data that is within that window. You can find out its mean value, you can find out the standard deviation also. Or you can fix the standard deviation, it could be the user defined also. Standard deviation means the outlier data. So in Gaussian filtering, we are giving weight to this. You can apply this to signal domain also. You can apply this to image domain also. I'll show you the Gaussian mark for. So what you can do, you can alter this sigma. Accordingly, your this curve will be regulated, and you will be able to select how much weight has to be given to the central thing. So you can regulate it by controlling the factor, this sigma, which will control the spread itself. So Gaussian filtering is the filtering. This is also carrying out the filtering of the external noise, which are considered outlier data points. So accordingly, you can see 3 sigma 0.2, sigma 0.1, sigma value plus minus accordingly. So Gaussian filtering, Gaussian function is used for numerous research areas. It defines the probability distribution for noise or data. It is a smoothing operator. It is used in mathematics. So this Gaussian filtering, you can do it by convolution. This is the Gaussian function in dimension domain. There you add x and y. Two domains will be added. The Gaussian mask will look like this. More weight to the central pixel. Then, if you are able to see that 26, 26, this is the next nearest neighbor. Similar to this concept is also one concept, that is the nearest neighbor filtering. This one, outer layer, you can feel it how beautifully. So this is a Gaussian mask. Another interesting application of the Gaussian will be Laplacian of Gaussian to detect the edges also, which is a very popularly used function or a tool that is directly available in MATLAB. Also, in not many functions also it is available. Laplacian of Gaussian Kenny edge detector. So these are the very popularly used edge detectors. Whenever you want to find the edge map, you can use. So there also, in Laplacian of Gaussian also, basically we find a single mask instead of first applying the Gaussian function to remove the outlier data points. Then applying the Laplacian, we compute a single mask so that Laplacian of Gaussian mask is find it out and it is computed. There it will be functioning as a edge detector. Here now it is functioning as a smoothing operation. So edge detector and smoothing operation are smoothing function means you are integrating, it is acting as an integrator, while an edge detector is a differentiator. So both are different. So this is for smoothing and that is for. So you can control the value of the signal. Accordingly, you will be able to control the amount of the curve. So this is the main carry of message. Then Gaussian filter output with different values of standard deviation. As per your requirement. So depending upon the image modality also. You can auto tune is also by some optimization function. Here you can add optimization wherever the tuning is required. Then convolution operation, we have already discussed how this convolution basically what we can do. We can design convolution mask. Image processing, one of your major important kind of convolution mask. I'm just writing it for UI. This is a 3x3 convolution mask. So convolution operation, that is output, left-hand image will be command I is your image has to be filtered. Values of H can be decided to filter out. Suppose you select the values of the H to be like this. This will be acting as a smoothing mask. You can design it for edge detection also. You can like Sobel filter and Privets filter, Laplacian operators. So different filters and operators are available, which you can do it by this. Convolution means multiplying it, then doing it. So convolution is an important tool available in image processing. You can shift its origin also. Basically, this is a kernel that will extract the desired value and then replace the central pixel with the original. And if you're using it as a feature, like in CNN type of network, that it will act as a feature to give you the information particularly related to classification of the data. So there it will work as a classifier. So it has multiple applications. Can be applied for filtering also. It can be applied for feature extraction also. It can be applied for, then after feature extraction, classification is the next step. So this is the simple convolution operation, mathematical model. And these are the convolution operator for, this is for the Laplacian operation. Laplacian means double gradient. The gradient operation will give you the h as well as its direction, while the Laplacian operation will give you the double gradient, d square by dt square or d square by dx square. That will give you the only the edge, not its direction. So you can see a Laplacian operator like this. See, it is basically symmetric around the central pixel, while the gradient operation are the directional. Here, this is -4, operating +1, then 0. Here, this is also -8, operating of 1, 1. This is again -4, -1, and 2. This is another type of Laplacian operator. So all these are the example of Laplacian operator. -4, +2, then again -1. So these are the different type of Laplacian operator. You can apply this directly in any format. You can use MATLAB program directly. There is with the single command you will be able to run this. Then pre-bits operator. These are the to find out the directions. So you need to find out the direction of the edges in the line that are lying in the y direction. This will be suitable for finding out the edges in x direction and find out the edges in 45-degree direction. Sobel operator. Just the difference of the weight is the tap weights or weight or the mask weights. The values of this will be different. Accordingly, the behavior will slightly change. So here it's 1 to 1, 0, 0, -1. So this is the application of the Sobel operator. That direction. Edge map operator. Then Laplacian of Gaussian. This is used to find out the edges more robustly. Normally, in the presence of the noise, particularly the high frequency noise, it will be difficult to find out the edge map of an image. From that point of view, the Laplacian of Gaussian is the suitable technique that is applied for finding out the edge map. So in this is the Gaussian function. Applied to the image, x, y are the coordinates of the image. Sigma is the spread of the Gaussian function. This is the symbol for Laplacian. And this is your image effect y on this side. So first of all, this is required. This Gaussian function is operated on this function, then Laplacian. So what we do, convolution operator, take this Laplace of the Gaussian, then you apply. These are the computations to compute this particularly, and this finally we are able to get a single function that will do the Gaussian smoothing as well as it will be able to find out the Laplace of this. So in one go, basically, if you are going to apply the Laplacian operator separately and this separately, computational time will be very much. So for this, you can refer to the machine vision by Bill and Sonka. So there's notes I have taken from. In case if you are having that, it's okay. Otherwise, this book is also available in PDF format. It's a very good reference book. Anyone who wants to work in the area of machine vision and image processing, it is the essential. वो आपके table पे होनी चाहिए. Three reference books are very good. Gonzalez is there. Then one is by Milan Sonka. Another title is by Jain, and then 3-4 titles are there. I can give you. So this is a Mexican text. Like you can see, these most of the time when these are not the gradient type of operation, symmetry around the center. So this symmetry can be seen around the central point. So this is a Laplacian of Gaussian. And there, one more thing is that you can play with the value of the spread sigma. So Sobel operator, these are the results applied to the CT scan of the Sobel operator, Laplace operator, Kenny operator, Kenny algorithm, applied. Then another image pre-processing technique, histogram technique. So histogram, all of you know that histogram is basically plot of the sequences of the of occurrence of the different pixels in an image. It's also very popularly used. Frequency of occurrence of the pixels. Side. If histogram is more compressed on this side, it means it is containing more dark. This more compressed on this side is containing more brightness. If but ideally, what is required? The pixel should be evenly distributed. Normally, our eyes cannot appreciate very much dark information also and very much bright information also cannot appreciate. That part of this is the function. It will be transforming it to straight line like function, right? So we need a transfer function that can transfer it to. So by doing this, what will be the effect? We will be able to reveal the hidden information. So initially, suppose this will also do the rearranging of the pixel values. Suppose earlier the pixels are from P0 to Pk, then we can transfer it to new range Q0 to Qt. That is, suppose pixels are having values in between 50 to 150 only in narrow range, and we want to stretch it. We can give the pixel rearranging also. We'll do the rearranging also at the same time histogram. So wherever the more compression is there more expansion. So it will be mainly working on its cumulative histogram. Where the more accumulation is there has to be spread it more. So these are some of the equations. For this, you can also again refer. Or you can do the direct equation like here. You can the range from P0 to P, the value corresponding to the cumulative histogram. The function corresponding to cumulative histogram. The new range from Q0 to Qk. N square is the number of pixels. Here we have assumed the image to be of size n by n. That's why n square is there. If the image size is m by n, then this product will be m by n. So accordingly, this is the lower value, this is the max value, minus the minimum value in the new range. Accordingly, this transfer function will assign the pixels the new value. And those new value will be assigned and you will achieve the histogram. So mainly this is the cumulative histogram and accordingly its correction. Now here you can see that this is the original image. Try it by yourself. This is the original image. One histogram equalize. You see a lot of the information is in this. So this is a very good tool to see the particularly this the COVID time, the chest X-rays or the chest CT scan. They were used for finding out the CT number. That is where the infection occurred. They directly by this type of single command, for pre-estimation, where the imperfections and pockets. So this is one direct application of this. Now, one this is histogram equalization is the basic one. Basic function. What you can do, you can do the histogram specification. In histogram specification, you specify it as histogram equalization. It is fitting like a straight line. But still, you know that the lower side, the higher side are appreciated less by that. So we can do the histogram specification. Fit it to a trapezoidal line. You can fit it to a Gaussian line. Here, instead of you can say that directly equating it to from this to this, you have to write the transfer function. You can specify this to from this. For this to this range, this function has to be applied. For this to this range, this has to be applied. For this to this range, or simply single Gaussian function can be. Let's see it here. Tension where no compression or there has been carried out. So histogram specification will give you still much more better result as compared to simple histogram equalization. But even simple histogram equalization will also give you very good insight about the image which you want to handle, or which the information which you are not able to appreciate with your eyes directly in the original image, that can be appreciated after doing the histogram equalization. This is again one more example. Access distribution. You can see the information which is hidden inside this. So you can see this is the tire dot tape. The classical image available in the MATLAB toolbox. You see the histogram. Able to see the hidden information. Even sometimes the numbers which are written on this can read those numbers. Then denoising and enhancement. Some of the tools which we have worked on in our lab, specifically for image enhancement algorithms, okay, that I will just discuss with you. So image enhancement, we can apply all these techniques: median filtering, sigma filtering, histogram equalization, nearest neighbor filtering. That is, the nearest neighbor outlier data point will automatically get eliminated. You can do adaptive filtering. So most of the time when you are dealing with the statistical tool, they are automatically adaptive in nature. In convolution mask, you can make it adaptive. Add some optimizer element. For example, in case of intensity artifact, deal with that. You know that there are some areas where there is no need of correction, but there are some areas where the intensity has gone different from the normal one. So there you will be needing an adaptive window or adaptive type of convolution mask which can adjust its value as per the original image. So there you can work with the adaptive. This the values of the filtering mask, that is H1, H2, H3. These values, step values, can be adjusted by some optimization algorithm or by some AI technique, so that it automatically changes its property when it comes to correct the the area which is corrupted by the intensity inhomogeneity. So there you can apply simple as G or any PSO technique to adaptively adjust the mask value as per your values. There you can also interrelate the sigma filtering. That is, sigma is the standard deviation. So when we are dealing with the image, I don't know whether there's some about this. The two basic factors, the mean value and the sigma value, they shows you information about the average brightness and contrast of the image. Sigma is about the contrast. So whenever we are enhancing an image, so these two values plays the most important, the crucial. Mean will be adjusting the brightness, So sigma will be adjusting the contrast. So these can be made adaptively adjusted by the adaptive type of histogram, adaptive type of algorithm. You can do the adaptive histogram equalization also. You can do the adaptive filtering also. Then ANN and GA based filtering. So this is the popular in ANN and GA. The advantage is that you are not bothered much about what you want to carry out. Just you define that these are the goals and these are the tasks. Automatically it will be done. Then denoising of MRI data. So taking the specific algorithm with respect to this MRI data. So that we have worked. My student Maninder has worked. Now he is working in Johns Hopkins University as a postdoctoral fellow. Okay. So understanding the MRI data. First of all, any MRI signal can be expressed in terms of magnitude. Imaginary part and this is organoid, zero mean or type of noise. So before just after this, I will type a different type of noise law. Then come back to this will deal with the different noise model. That after this slide, I will model the noise estimation has to be performed and then denoising and carrying out this one. So noise estimation, one of a very other popular method which normally used in our lab. Fourier spectrum. You can analyze the data by the Fourier spectra. So that will clearly give you that these are the data parts, these are the active. This can be applied to signal processing also. If you are doing it signal processing, in signal processing also, you can do the Fourier analysis. You will know this is the magnitude of your signal. This is the magnitude and spectra point of the noise result. Another important correction that needs to be carried out in signal processing is the baseline measuring or artifact. It will correct your analysis. Recently, my student was working on the easy data. After doing some operations, he was getting that classification accuracy was probably 45 to 50% only. I said him, just show me the data. So when I look at the data, I find it that there was two correction needed. One was the baseline correction was required to be addressed, and one more artifact was there. He was to select the window where the signal is writing. Basically, in EEG, when we are working with the evoked type of potential, there this requirement is there. So after doing this, just two rectification, the classification rate directly improves to 75%. So 20% is a big marker. So baseline correction is an important correction. Baseline correction and normalization of the data. This must be carried out before processing it. So these are two very important aspects. So immediately you apply it and immediately you will see that the classification accuracy will become much better. So estimation of the noise and variance, what is the noise and which where it is lying, you can find out it. Then the results of this can accordingly write down the objective function, maybe single objective or multiple objectives, then you can apply the recursive filter that AI distribution is all the non-local Kalman filtering. Then algorithm for denoising. It's the particle sum optimization based denoising. Randomly initialization was carried out. Data Pareto control, and so Pareto control, that means the surfaces of your solutions which are possible, and accordingly we use it. Then we get to the signal to noise ratio, iteration by iteration coming. You can say that improve signal to noise ratio will improve and noise will come. So these are the result comparison with least mean square error algorithm down to sigma optimized noise. So this will not only enhancing, you can see that this noise was added artificially just for the test condition. You can design some test images also for testing the algorithm. Whenever you are designing an algorithm, first of all, it is desired that it should be tested in the known environment. For that, you can create sympathetic images. On that, you can add and delete the noise as per your requirement, and then check it whether it's the correct filtering, whether it's doing the correct segmentation, whether performing well as per your expectation. Then go for the. You can see that this is a ground truth image. Noisy data, recursive, least mean square algorithm applied. Then the result of the optimize, that is the application of the optimize. The image quality. There are, of course, it's very difficult to define the image quality, but still there are only one or two indexes which you can apply for measurement of the image quality. So they can be fed in the objective function. Then finally, noise variation and all this will become with this means here, this was the difference. This is the algorithm based on the particle term optimization. Very good. And applied on comparison with the different other filter terms. Column by column. Let us see. Noise, ground truth, performance. You can see the level in the application of the column. So enhancement of MRI data. There is another algorithm that you can we have worked with that is the stochastic resonance. Is the classical phenomena. In this, this works very well, particularly in the cases when the noise information is much more as compared to by adding the noise. Concept is very. Then by adding the noise, we are recovering the noise. After by adding the noise, we are also improving the ID to the signal out. And that will work in removing the noises also. That is then noise intensity is estimated in correctly. This is your signal noise. Required to estimate the value in B so that it can be applied. So dynamic stochastic resonance. So generalized block diagram will be image information, image transformation. You can transform it to discrete cosine transformation, Riemann transformation, or Fourier transformation. Any of the method can be applied with this one. Then distal stochastic resonance, image reconstruction, image quality. Then is the image quality optimized? MO, PSO, the DSR value, parameter that is ABN, and values, finally, and hence image as compared to this image to this image, enhancement will be there. Which you can write down this with multi-objective also and with single objective. So I have shown here is with single objective only. Then detection of microadenoma in pituitary gland. So this was also one of our work. A paper was published in IIT. And for this, we have taken radiologist Dr. Ashish Verma from the cases. So the original images were analyzed, and after this, the images were analyzed. And quite marked improvement, marking the microadenoma in pituitary gland. Microadenoma is a specific case. There is a lot of eyeball exercise required by the radiologist to find out whether it exists existing or not. It is a clinical or pathological condition, and after it needs to be diagnosed very accurately so that the treatment can be done. So it is, in this, the contrast agent is given. After that, the contrast agent is uptaken. So slice to slice, we take the first slice without the contrast, then after the contrast, and then when the contrast is gone. So from that, we are able to estimate what is the condition of this microedema. So it is a very difficult type of case. Even after the giving the contrast, sometimes it may get missed. So for this, we improve the confidence level for microedema. So this is the mean case intensity when the contrast was given, that is without contrast and without contrast agent and normal. And then after applying technique, this magnitude was slightly magnified so that the marking can be made more. Patient selection, dynamic contrast enhance MRI of pituitary gland. So from slice to slice, the enhancement piecewise was done by using this technique of follow multi-objective and line optimization. Line optimization is on-line optimization technique. Okay. So multi-objective means objectives for to enhance the quality and to enhance the contrast without affecting the original image quality. Face versus mean graph. So this was carried out again in the same way. The species of pituitary microedema and that pituitary algorithm, region of interest, circle, and COP mean intensity per phase plot versus original DC will obtained by proposed algorithm section 2 and 5. Those greater confidence level of trials. So that means the idea is just to give you that is you can take some practical problems and issues, resolve it to any microedema. This is the one which you can take, and you can take directly the problem from the. If you want to work in the area of medical imaging processing, you can go and discuss with the radiologist and find out the practical problem, and then you can work with that. It will definitely work better for you people. Contrast enhance dynamic stochastic is Brownian type of noise function. The intensity in homogeneity correction, you can see the correction here. Here we are simply using then motion artifact correction. This also can be one application. The intensity in homogeneity artifact correction using dynamic stochastic resonance approach. So you can see different the intensity. This intensity. Finally, the power of flow grade. The idea is that noise and artifact can significantly affect the quality of diagnostic accuracy of the CT and MR images. And for this, you can apply I've just made a conclusive statement. And there are various methods and techniques used for motion and artifact correction. So there's one thing is that there is not a single bullet universal. There is not a single universal bullet to hit all the problems. So you will have to design as per the requirement, as per the application, what you want to correct. So accordingly, here is the list of some of the methods which you can apply. Gaussian filtering, we have just discussed. Gaussian smoothing kernel to reduce high frequency noise. Then median filtering replaces each pixel with the median value within a local neighborhood to remove. And this is a very good technique to remove salt and pepper noise. This also performs the smoothing without blurring. Then deconvolution. Iterative deconvolution remove blurring effect by estimating and reversing the point spread function. Wavelet transformation functions, Fourier transformation function, these are both can be used for noise correction. Then image registration, rigid and non-rigid registration, correct misalignment between images from different points or modalities, reducing the artifact. For example, CT and PET alignment can be done, okay, at the same time. Then motion artifact correction. This is again retrospective gating can also be applied. Correction of motion artifacts in cardiac or respiratory imaging by synchronizing image acquisition within the patient motion and doing the correction in the so correction can be done in two ways. One is before pre-acquisition and after the post-acquisition. Mainly we people deal with the post-acquisition correction, but some will be it will be better if you can introduce an algorithm so that whenever the motion is there, it is captured and correlated with that, so that it is finally reduced in the reconstructed. Then susceptibility artifact correction, face unwrapping, correcting the face in MR as by magnetic susceptibility difference. Then metal artifact reduction, okay, mitigates artifact caused by the metallic implants in CT and MR images. Then artifact removal algorithm, projection based algorithm, correct beam hardening and scattering artifact. Then gradient non-linearity correction, correct gradient non-linearity artifact in MR imaging. Then post-processing techniques, some of those are based on the different type of algorithm we specifically write. Various algorithm is to reduce noise while preserving image details. Then image fusions combine multiple modalities. That is mainly this area comes under the image registration. Then deep learning these techniques. These are nowadays very popular, and these of course can be served as a universal like of algorithm where you are not bothered about much what the requirement and how you are going to make it. But the only thing is that CNN and deep learning based systems require a lot of data to be trained. So here the difference between the classical machine learning technique and deep learning technique is that the classical technique can work with your knowledge of your character, and with the limited data also you can get the desired. But in case of deep learning algorithm, it needs lot of the data before it can be applied for the correction and implement. Probably 4,000 to 5,000 case minimum are required so that a good level of accuracy is achieved. Then the case of overfitting and underfitting is also there. So these are some of the issues with this. Then ultrasound speckle noise. In case of ultrasound, it is mainly the speckle noise that interferes. This is also similar to some spots like noise. For this, again, you need specific type of value. And one more thing, at this point, we have discussed about the noises and artifacts. Consider the case when there could be the presence of more than one noise at a time. One noise and artifact could be. That is, the motion artifact is also there, and sensor related non-linearity is also. By that time, the situation becomes really unfair. Either in that case, you can cascade the filter. Cascading is the one simple solution, or again, then there will be an optimizer for complex two or more than the complex type of noise and artifact which are present in the image. So it may be there that motion artifact is also there, and at the same time intensity inhomogeneity is also there. So that will complex the situation. So with this is over. Now let me show you the mathematical model for the different. इसमें टाइम पर प्लस नहीं होता
वो कर दें।
It's visible right now. Last page.
Visible at last one. Okay, okay.
So this is the paper which I have downloaded regarding this review. This is a paper on review noise model in digital image processing. Almost same thing you can apply for the signals also, but the things will change. I will give it to you paper, okay, or easily downloadable from the websites also. Why there is need to model the noise? Once you know the model, its bandwidth and its different parameter specification, becomes easy for you to design the filter. Image distorted due to various types of noise, such as Gaussian noise, pixel noise, Halton peaker noise. These all terms we have just discussed in the just earlier. And many more are fundamental noise types in case of digital image. This noise may come from noise sources present in the vicinity of the image capturing device, faulty memory location, or image reconstruction algorithm, or maybe because of any reason, like motion artifact, maybe from the patient, relative motion between the patient and the capturing system. Okay. So this may be lenses, misaligned lenses, weak focal length, scattering. All this could be phenomena, could be there. Some are specific phenomena, specific to some imaging modality, and some are the phenomena which may be generalized to all the modalities. Now the noise models. First noise model, basically noise model or nothing but the probability density function or histogram used to design and characterize the noise model. And sometimes it may be the case where you may not be knowing the exact noise model. Then there again you can use the different modeling like curve fitting type of technique can be applied, or you can apply the genetic algorithm like system to find out the attributes of the model itself. So that is the modeling aspect. Modeling aspect, it will need another lecture. How we can model a system with unknown noise or a complex noise system, or where the cocktail of the noises is. So modeling is another aspect which we can deal with. So Gaussian noise models. First noise model is the Gaussian noise model. It is also called as electronic noise because it arises because of amplifier detective. Gaussian noise caused by natural sources such as thermal vibration or atom or discrete nature of the addition of the form. Again, in Gaussian noise, spread in the deviations are there which can be estimated. So, where G is the gray value, sigma is the standard deviation, here is the mean value, and accordingly you can model it and you will receive a curve like this corresponding to the noise. That means it will be containing a spectrum of noise which is having certain peak value and equal spread on the both sides. Then after this, the white noise is there. Now, when we are sitting in this room, we are able to hear the slight humming noise maybe coming from AC or that you can consider as a white noise that is continuously present as a in the background. What it will do, it will modulate the signal of your interspectral value. So noise, white noise is essentially identified by the noise power. Noise power spectrum is constant in white noise. That means a constant power or constant that is added, or you can also think of like shifting of the baseline in case of signals or addition of some known magnitude signal continuously to the whole of the signal. So that pixels values are normally disturbed positively due to this white noise. That means some addition will be there. Then Brownian or fractal noise. This is mainly because of the also called as the. I will just highlight it the main content of this. Colored noise has been named as Brownian noise, or flicker noise, or 1 by F noise. In Brownian noise, power spectral is proportional to the scale of the frequency over an octave. Brownian noise is mainly caused by the Brownian motion of the loose and particles. This is particularly known when we are using MR spectroscopy, like and we are the analysis of the MR spectroscopy contents of the water is where the motion of the water is also tracked. Here, the Brownian motion, wherever is involved, this type of noise will be there. So this is again the part of some of the MRI imaging modalities also, where we are doing a particular type of water-based, water content-based imaging. Then this is the mathematical model for this. The average power is considered as 0. Then impulsive valued noise, salt and pepper noise. This is also very popular noise, and you can easily or conveniently apply median filtering or removing this. Salt and pepper, not just salt and pepper. This is the random type of noise distributed around any particular pattern. For example, this is shown. One example I've already shown you. The example of salt and pepper. In seed spectra. This is the PDF spectra of salt and pepper type of noise. Probability of spreading of A, probability of spreading added. That means the this noise salt. Why salt and pepper? Salt is white, pepper is black. Both things, like there could be like the original image. Salt and pepper like spectra. Okay, you can model it like this. Then periodic noise. Periodic noise, that means some periodically some things are coming after a certain interval of time. That is the periodicity, like flickering of some tube light is there, then it will add some periodic phenomena when you are capturing the images. Then quantization noise. This is particularly noise. All of you know the quantization phenomena. In quantization, rounding off, particularly from when you are taking analog to digital converter, converting the data from analog to digital conversion, some rounding off will be taking place. Suppose it's an 8-bit system, then either it will be sticked up to the higher level or just to the lower level. So there we can select, can say that reduce it by selecting the higher resolution type of analog to digital converter that is having more number of bits. That is, if you are using 8-bit, then it will be better to go with the 16-bit system. If you are using 16-bit, you can have 24-bit like system. Then the quantization error will keep on reducing the more you add the number of bits in your analog to digital converter. So it is mainly due to analog to digital converter. It will depend upon this factor. So quantization will affect wherever we are digitalizing our data. For example, in case of digital X-rays, that is the number of levels you are receiving from that. That is the gray level contrast. How much gray level is there step by step? It will be that effect. Then this is about the speckle noise. This noise is multiplicative, and mainly you can find this speckle noise in ultrasound images. Ultrasound images are the images which are more suffered by the speckle noise itself. This is mainly because of the multiplicative noise, and their appearance is seen as coherent imaging systems such as particularly laser, radar, and acoustic imaging. Ultrasound is basically an acoustic type of imaging, where the ultrasounds in frequency range of 1 megahertz to 3 megahertz are used for as an imaging system. Okay, so wherever these acoustic type of systems are there, you will find that this type of speckle noise is there, and this will appear like this. Here, fatally, as well as this will appear in space domain itself. And after speckle noise, the next type of noise is Poisson and Gaussian noise. So Poisson and Gaussian noise combination can be there. This will look like that. You can see that Poisson and Gaussian noise we get superimposed. Poisson noise means the noise which is following the Poisson distribution. Then structured noise. Structured noise means there is certain rhythmic type of mainly this occurs because of the sensor related noise. When some sensor in an array is not functioning properly, type of noise will appear in the system at some rhythmic manner. Noise present, it may be because of the noise present in the communication channel or by some interference of the noisy system. Okay, and it could be because of the non-linearity in the sensors at some different points. Then gamma noise. This will follow the gamma noise distribution. This type of reading pattern will be there. Gamma noise. You can see with respect to the gamma noise distribution. Similarly, similar noise to this will be relay type of noise. It's mathematical model. Yeah. really nice. Its distribution will be just like this. A slightly delayed type of mean and kurtosis value will be slightly different. In this case. So this is the these are the equations. So you can go to this one. This is the paper written by these authors. You can download it and go through it. So with this, I thank you all for your patience listening. Now you can ask your queries and questions. Or even you can have my email also in case you want to send me your queries afterwards. You can contact me anytime. Case of recording an EEG. Basically, when you are recording the EEG signal, normally we analyze the EEG in two terms, in terms of its magnitude and in terms of its frequency pattern. And that is the how we analyze the EEG. Now, the type of the noise which can interfere with the normally to find the power line frequency noise could be there. Or if you're interested in recording a particular signal, like suppose the patient is blinking the eye, then that will also alter the signal pattern. Suppose we are right now recording the patient and the external noise is there, physical noise is there, that will also alter the signal pattern. So all these things will happen with the EEG. Apart from the other classical noises like we had power frequency, like motion artifact, improper impedance matching of the placement of the electrons, that is they're properly not faced with the skin, that will lead to the difference in the impedance of one electrode with the other electrode, and you find that will introduce the difference in the magnitude of the recorded signal. So some are the practical limitations while recording the EEG signal, and some are the limitations which happens because of the external. So accordingly, you will have to deal with it. Baseline rendering is also very common. The example which I have told you, rising from the 55% to 75% classification. That was just by removing the baseline rendering. Baseline rendering plays a very important role, particularly that. And you can also select the bandwidth of the signal of your interest, so that automatically the eye blinking and the other events can be filtered out. I have answered your question or still something?
Just in case of children.
You can try your best to get the optimized condition, but it may be achieved, it may not. So in that case, either if data is correctable, you can correct it, or the card. Any other? Thank you all. Okay. So tomorrow is also. Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Shiru Sharma Madam. Sharma Madam is Associate Professor in School of Biomedical Engineering from Banaras Hindu University in 2019. She is life member of Indian Society of Technical Education. She was published more than 50 research papers at various journals and conferences. She's completed various sponsor projects like grant by the IIT BHU, Design Innovation Center by IIT BHU, DST SRB, DST TIDE project. She was successfully guided more than 12 research scholars. Her research interests include the mathematical modeling and simulation, psychological system bioinstrumentation, prosthetic limbs development, and use of AI, ML, and deep learning from biomedical application. So this is just brief introduction about Madam. Now I request to Madam to please deliver an expert talk. Thank you. May I request to Anurag sir, please felicitate to.
So let me start.
Oh, sorry.
It's more
That is encouragement. So, hello everyone. So, first of all, I thanks Dr. Anurag for inviting me and giving me a chance to interact with young students. Myself, as he has already told, that
You want
efficient. So I'm Dr. Shiru Sharma. I'm working as Associate Professor in School of Biomedical Engineering since 2002. And basically, I'm an electrical engineer. I did my PhD in biomedical engineering from IIT BHU. So we started working in bioinstrumentation. I had guided 12 students. We are working in the area of prosthetic devices. So initially we had started this area or this project with the grant received from IIT BHU from DIC Center. Then we had taken this initiative to DST and we received another grant from DST. First, we have started with using the bioelectric biopotential signals using EMG. And now we had added EEG also. And presently we have another project from DST for the integration of EMG and EEG for controlling the prosthetic arm. So this topic includes everything like instrumentation, electronics knowledge, processing part, signal processing part, as well as biomedical basic or biomedical engineering. And because we have added now EEG, so it is now related with brain-computer interface. So we are also going with signal and image processing. So for this talk, I had just restricted myself for the hand prosthesis, mainly using EMG and FMG. As sir had told me that this is basically from my side, EMG is required. So I had just restricted to EMG and FMG, not including EEG. So this like when we start explaining prosthesis, like I have written, I have first started with hand prosthesis. Hand prosthesis is an external device or organ that can replace the lost body part, which may be lost because of any trauma, because of any disease, or because of any medical condition at the time of birth. And prostheses are mainly intended to work like the normal limb or the normal body part for which we are doing the replacement. And to some extent, prostheses are able to function as our body works. So prostheses are required for those who have the amputation because of any accident or because of any disease, who has lost their limb. So amputation is the loss of limb, and this is the data which is the survey done in last 2 years, not at present. So amputees in the worldwide, this is the strength of 15 million people. Like when we had started hand prosthesis, so we are mainly targeting the upper limb prosthesis. Prosthesis may be for the lower limb or for the upper limb. Lower limb when we are doing for the legs replacement, and upper limb when we are going for the arm or the hand replacement. So upper limb amputees, this is like in the developed countries and developing countries, this data has been given. And arm amputees in developing countries, this is again, we can classify based upon whether it is below elbow or above elbow. Like I'm showing you the sketch. Okay. If the articulation, disarticulation is at the shoulder level, or if the disarticulation is at the elbow level, if it is below elbow, then it is the transradial prosthesis. If it is above elbow, then it is the transhumeral prosthesis. Or if the partial hand or only hand, then it is transcarpal prosthesis. Now, when we are classifying into transradial, transhumeral, or transcarpal, then how they look like this. Then it will be, picture will be more clear. Transradial when it is below elbow, and transhumeral when it is above elbow, where both the joints, wrist joint as well as this joint is involved. And this is transcarpal prosthesis when only some partial hand or the complete hand is lost. Now, you must have seen the non-functional limb, lower limb. A very good example or very common example is Jaipur foot. That is not functional lower limb. That is not a functional limb or functional prosthetic, but we are talking about the functional prosthetic that can mimic the behavior of the actual limb, right? So here, if we classify further on the basis of the functionality, then in the market we have these two types of prostheses. One is the body powered, that is cable operated, and it is very common in India and it is easily available. And another one is externally powered. So body powered means that its shape is like a, you can see it's like a hook shape, and this is basically a mechanical. This is the movement is only the mechanical movement, force movement you can say, and the hook is basically attached to this shoulder by the cable, right? So when a person pulls the cable, only then this hook will be open to close to grasp any object. Otherwise, the initial position is closing position. So whenever the body pulls the power with the power, that cable, then it will open to grasp the object. So mainly it is used for the cycling or riding a bicycle, driving a bicycle, right? So this externally, we are targeting this externally powered, because what is the disadvantage of that? That it causes discomfort to the human wearing it as well as operating it. And its grasp is, or its grip is not normal. It's very hard one. And here the externally powered, these are mainly controlled by the biopotential signals. Now coming to our topic, biopotential signals. It can be derived either by EMG signals, EEG signal, ECOG signals, or TMR signals. But the last categories, two categories, TMR and ECOG, these are the invasive techniques, and we always prefer to go with the non-invasive technique because we are talking about the real-time use of this prosthetic device for the daily use. So that means it should not cause any discomfort to the person who is wearing it. And he must be able to wear it for a long time. So that is the EMG and EEG, which are mainly the non-invasive technique. Although EMG also we can use the needle type electrode, but it can be measured easily by using the surface electrode. And this EEG is more reliable. EEG is more reliable, or you can say EEG is more accurate as compared to the EMG signal when I'm talking in context of the control of prosthetic devices. But for EEG, it will require a complex data acquisition system. And then because we are targeting the limb movement, so motor imagery signals are only we can use. Motor imagery means these are of very small band signals. That frequency is very small, motor imagery signals. Again, for BCI purpose, if we are using, then it will be very complex, and this is difficult to first recognize the pattern. So we are going in that section. So first we had used EMG signal. Now, what is basically the EMG signals is that whenever the human tend to like do any muscular activity, then what happens? Then in the motor cortex area, the signals are being generated. So some neural impulses are sent to the motor neurons, which are synaptically connected to the muscle fibers or the motor unit. So in response to that, what happens? That some signals are generated or electric potentials are generated. So here in this picture, I have shown that because we are having a muscle which is composed of different fibers, and these fibers will produce its own train of pulses of this motor unit electric potential. What happens that when these are superimposed, then a raw EMG signal is being generated. So that EMG signal is having the technical, or you can say some features, that amplitude level is very low, 0 to 10 millivolt only, and its frequency range is 0 to 1000 hertz. Although for our like useful purpose, it is 20 to 350 hertz. That is useful bandwidth. And it is non-stationary and non-linear in nature. Whenever you want to use the EMG signal for control of any like device or for some specific application, then this non-stationary and non-linear nature first is that you have to deal with it. Then another point is of the amplitude. Frequency band you can select using the band pass filter. You can design accordingly. There is no issue in that. But amplitude as well as this non-linear nature, we have to focus on that non-linear nature. So here, this is again this, you can say this representation, what I was talking, motor neurons, and how we can pick these signals. Either you can use the surface electrode, disposable electrode, AGCL electrode, or we can pick it up by using or inserting a electrode. That will be the invasive measurement. So we will not prefer it for going with the, although invasive measurements are having some advantages over the non-invasive one, but we will prefer for going with the non-invasive one. So this is like what is shown here. That is called a signal conditioning unit. Instrumentation amplifier, and then we have this raw EMG signal. This raw EMG signal nature you can see here. This is a very this is not a spectra which can be used to control any device, any further device for our application. So then we had targeted then what should be the feature of that EMG device, or you can say EMG sensor, that can be used further for control of the prosthetic hand. So first we had targeted that what should be the whole sensor should contain. The first part is the signal, first part is the type of the electrode we are using. So first we had selected the AGAGCL electrode. Suppose we select AGAGCL electrode, that is easily available. Then we should focus on the noise. What are the sources of the noises? So noises can be a very simple, like 50 hertz noise that can be easily removed using your notch filter. Then the inherent noise, that is the electrical noise of the component. Although it cannot be completely removed, but you can use high end of component, so it can be eliminated to some extent. Then motion artifacts. Motion artifacts means that there will be cable that is used to connect this electrode to the signal conditioning unit. So it will be some motion artifacts, we have to deal with it. And then this device, so that means it should contain the noise removal, signal boosting. Signal boosting in case of the biomedical signals, when we are talking, its level is low. And when we are focusing on the prosthetic device, then the amputees who are not using their limb. So in that case, sometimes the signals become very weak. So if we want to use those signals to control the prosthetic device, so even a small change in the muscular contraction level, it should be checked. So the signal boosting is important part of this prosthetic device or the EMG sensor which we are going to use for the prosthetic device. Even a small change should be noted. Then signal translation. That means that we want to change the form of the signal we are getting. The raw signal which we are getting cannot be used for deriving the prosthetic hand. So for that, we should use some converter. I can call here the converter or the transformer that can transform the signal to of one form to the another form. Like we are saying non-linear in nature, so that means we want a linear nature. So we want a converter which can convert non-linear signal into the linear envelope, which can be further used to control the prosthetic hand. So this was our proposed solution. This I am not talking about the sensor, but I am talking about the whole prosthetic device. So we have to work on the sensory part also, EMG sensor. Then we have to work on the control strategy, which type of control strategy we can use to control the fingers, thumb of the prosthetic hand to have the different grasping patterns. We don't want only one grasp pattern like open and close. That is 2 degrees of freedom is giving only. We want to add some another gestures also. For that, we have to design some control strategy. And then there should be some actuator unit that can take these control command and can derive the prosthetic hand, fingers and the thumb, just mimicking the functionality of the normal hand. So this was our entire solution which we proposed. For that, first we worked on the sensor. Now you can ask that sensors are already available in the market. We have various types of sensors available in the market. MyoWare sensor is there, but that is easily available. Then we have Delsys sensor also. So like first I should give you the available EMG device. I should not write EMG sensor. So Autobug sensor is there, MyoWare sensor, Myo armband is also there. Then Delsys Trigno wireless sensor is there, OEmotion and Cometa. And we had compared all these sensors in terms of some specific feature. Output, what they are providing, type of electrode they are using, number of channels, power supply, weight in terms of output accessibility, and then price. Now, output type means that whether it is giving the linear envelope or not, right? And then types of electrode, it hardly doesn't matter because we had compared the dry electrode as well as AgCl electrode. I will show you the performance comparison of both type of electrode. Then number of channels, it is very important. Number of channel, as you go on adding the number of channel in the prosthetic device, that means you are picking more number of muscular contractions presenting there at the time of any muscular activity. But it will add complexity of the system and you have to further classify it in the form of different gestures. So first we are starting with number of channels, 1 or at most 2. Then power supply. Now it's very important, external or it is integral or integrated inside it. Then weight is also important because a person has to wear it. If he is using it, then he has to wear it. So weight is also important. Output accessibility, it's a very important part. Whenever we are thinking about the EMG sensor that can be compatible with the actuator unit, it should be compatible with the intra subjects also. Like we are training, we are using it for one subject, then we want to use it for another subject, and every time we don't want to go for training process. So output accessibility is very important and it should provide the open source platform. Like we can use it and we can join it for our rest of the unit. It is very important. Otherwise, sensors are there in the market. Then, of course, like we are going in the research, low cost. So cost also we have to take care. But at the research level, when we start, we can compromise on the cost. Now, so from this comparison, we had like specified that myoelectric means that specifically we are using EMG signal. So important characteristic of this sensor which we want for this prosthetic application, it should have less response time. Now response time means, because we are saying functional prosthetic hand, that means we are talking about the real-time application. If you are doing image processing or signal processing for any other application like the clinical diagnosis purpose, in that case, first you are developing the algorithm for the offline. That all is offline process. When you want to go for the real time, then in this case, less response time, we have to minimize the response time as less as possible, because whenever at the same time when the human is intending to perform any muscular activity or want to grasp any object, immediately the prosthetic hand should respond. Otherwise there will be a lag. Another command will come from the brain and the prosthetic hand is doing the previous command, is operating on the previous command. So that is very important part for the comparison of the existing sensors and the developed sensors. Then low noise, it's always a normal feature we require. And more amplitude sensitivity, I had talked about this, that when we are targeting the amputees, then the level of the signal, it's very important because weak signal also we want to target. Then ability to provide open source platform so that we can attach it to any other rest of the control strategies we are going to use. So this was our proposed design for the EMG sensor. So first part we have overlooked, that is skin interface. but that is also very important part in terms of material we are going to use, because we are like the person who is using it is wearing it all time or for the duration of its use. So sweating and other phenomena and that skin impedance, that should be checked. But from the material perspective, first we overlooked, and we have simply used the AgAgCl electrode that is easily available. And then for the rest of the part, the band pass filter can be easily designed for 20 to 350 Hz. Then some amplifier, pre-amplifier unit. And here for the power supply unit, lithium power battery is used, that is 3.7 volt, and this is basically 240 milliampere, that lithium polymer battery, which is giving a backup of 2 hours. And then, and yes, the time of like it depends upon how much activities are being done. Then step up boost this converter circuit, which is for getting this single to dual supply, because we need dual supply. But now we have done another modification, that we have reduced the size, and we have we have opted the single supply unit as using the SMD circuit. So, but first, this important part, envelope detector, it is very important that we had designed. So this, our sensor has been patented and it has already published. So this is that unit, power supply unit, that booster unit, and this was our envelope detector unit, which is having a precision rectifier and RC filter. That is converting, what is the main, the important part of this sensor, that it is converting the raw EMG signal of non-linear and non-stationary in nature into the linear envelope of 0 to 5 volts. Right? It is converting that raw EMG signal into 0 to 5 volt, which is required for the motors or the stepper motor, which we are going to use to actuate the unit, actuator unit. I have shown that block to derive the fingers and the thumb, to move the fingers and the thumb. So that is important. Now this was the rear and front view of this EMG sensor. And it's a very simple unit first. Now we had reduced its size and we had used the SMD component. So here you can see this is the overall dimension of developed sensor was 35 into 70 mm square, and power consumption was 25 milliampere, and this is producing the final output of 0 to 5 volt. I will show the type of the output. So whenever we design any circuit in instrumentation or electronics, then first we have to calibrate it and we have to validate it. Because as I'm saying that more sensors are available in the market, so we have to first do the comparison in terms of the technical parameters. So what we have done, that we have recorded the EMG data of 10 subjects. Among that, some were amputees. And using both the sensors, we have taken myoware sensor for comparison that was easily available. And for that, what we have done, that we have decided the different contraction level. Like if I am applying more force or less force, so that level we had decided 1 to 5, and how we have like quantify those forces. Like one person is doing, how we can quantify that, how much is the muscle contraction. So that we had quantified by using the force sensitive resistor band that we had like wrapped on the arm. Whenever there is muscle contraction, that depending upon the level of contraction, we had quantified the level, we have marked the level 1 to level 5. For that, that was the FSR output in terms of volts, and that standard we had used for defining the different level of contraction. Then we have done, like we have placed the electrode for picking this data acquisition, and we had used the DAC, that data acquisition device, with the sampling rate of 2 kilohertz, and the subjects were asked to perform different muscle contraction according to these levels, and that test we had repeated several times with 5 seconds of duration. And whenever we are developing any sensor, then some technical parameters we have to specify for the comparison. So what we had used the signal to noise ratio. Like the features which we have decided first: less response time, low noise, and amplitude sensitivity. And the fourth one was open source platform, ability to provide open source platform. So that was okay. So we have compared it for the first three features in terms of response time, in terms of amplitude sensitivity, and in terms of noise. So that we had done. So this was the sensor output which was recorded. This is the picture of the MyWare sensor that is available in the market, and that was for the developed sensor. So for different levels, we have like EMG amplitude. So you can see here, this is giving the like this type of the flat envelope. Then we have calculated signal to noise ratio using that basic formula. And that was our, like in the figure, I had clarified that how we had calculated that SNR calculation done, and how we had used this RMS signal and RMS noise. Baseline, that was noise, and then we had used the EMG signal. And this is the comparison we had drawn between the MyWare sensor and the developed sensor. So developed sensor was giving the high SNR values, and then we had checked it for the amplitude sensitivity. So sensitivity is a basic your measurement standard characteristic. That is basically the ratio of the incremental change in the sensor output voltage due to the change in the input. Then we had plotted these graphs, and again we had shown that developed sensor is having more sensitivity as compared to the MyWare sensor. So it is more sensitive to any small change in the input. Then this was very important factor. So rise and fall time, and again in the figure I have shown that how we had calculated the rise time. What do I mean by rise time and fall time? When the contraction starts, then there will be the generation of signal. When we close the hand, then there will be the extension of the muscle. First contraction and then extension. So during the contraction period, rise time, and during the extension period, this is the fall time. So rise time, you can compare it from this chart. Rise time and fall time, both are written here for developed and MyWare sensor. So rise time is much higher as compared to the commercial available sensor. That means, what it means, that as the person intend to perform some work, the prosthetic hand is getting the command at the same time. Lag is less. Here the lag is 380, and here the lag is, average if I take 323. So here it is 136 millisecond. It should be further reduced, but because of the electrical component we are using and because of the signal processing we are using, so because of that, we are able to have it as less as 136 millisecond. Then next we had just looked over that skin interface, that part which we had overlooked in the first section. Rest of the circuitry is remaining the same. The signal conditioning unit is remaining the same. but just we had used the dry electrode EMG sensor. Dry electrode EMG sensor, that is the steel pallet type of sensors, and this is the figure of that here and front view of this sensor. And here rest is same, dimension is there is very minimal change, that was 35 into 70 and this is 25 into 70. And the power consumption in that case it was 25 and now it is 30, so it is the minimal change. And linear envelope again we are getting, but it is basically giving us the skin interface, that skin impedance is reduced here in this case. So that is the main target. And then again we had quantified or compared it in terms of the same performance parameter with the SNR, with the developed sensor, with the already proposed sensor. So there is no much change in this values. And again at this level also for the different contraction level, then this amplitude sensitivity also. So there is no much change. That was 0.39. Here it is 0.29, but it is showing much larger as compared to the myoware sensor. So we concluded that instead of using that disposable electrode, we can go easily with the dry electrode with no much change in the output. That was slight modification we had done. Otherwise, the signal conditioning unit was same. And there was a change in this, and that was in the fall time. That is same, that remains same, 136. Here, 57% faster. But this is used, in that case, it was 56 higher, and now it is 36 higher. So that has, like when it is extension is happening, then also it should easily release the object. If it is ready to grasp the object immediately, then it should easily release the object. That is also important. So fall time here, it is further reduced. So that was one, you can say, the modification at this level by using the dry electrode. Rest of the parameters are remaining the same. So this is the comparison we had drawn for the design sensor with the commercial sensor. So here was the change, which is important, because we can compromise to some extent, because weight wise, if we say 9 gram or 50 gram, it hardly matters. But when we are talking about the performance, then it matters. So whenever we are going with some designing of a system, we have to trade off between the two, some parameters. So we are trading off between, we are compromising at this level and for this, right? So this was more important as compared to the slight increase in the weight. Then we targeted the another type of signal, that is the force myography. First we had used electromyography, then we started with the force myography. Force myography, again, like when we say there is a muscle contraction because of any muscular activity, then what happens that because of the contraction of the muscle, their volume and stiffness changes. You must have noticed that whenever we are applying some force, then our muscles hardens. There is some stiffness, and that basically giving some, imparts some outward force. You can easily notice in your arm. So that force is basically nothing, but it is the representation of the muscular contraction. Less imparting force, outward force means less contraction. So that can be sensed using the force sensitive resistor. But the problem was that if we placed force sensitive resistor like we had placed while calculating the contraction level, so in this case, if we use it without using any mechanical coupler, then it may provide unreliable result, because the force will not be evenly distributed. So uniform distribution of force on the whole force sensitive acting area is very important. So what the solution we had provided, that we had used a PDMS material that is basically acting as a layer in between the force active area, sensitive acting area, and the skin. And how we had placed it, we had placed it like this, that fixed part, the force sensitive area, here the flat surface is placed and that convex portion is placed on the skin, right? So it is like we will place like this. So convex portion will come in skin, on the skin, and the flat surface will be on the force sensitive area. So that is the proposed FMG sensor, and this was the view of that sensor, and this was the dual channel, because you can see here there are two force sensitive resistor, those electrode, and which can be used to like sense the forces of two muscles. And again here we are getting the 0 to 5 volt linear envelope, because rest of the circuitry that is same. Now again we had validated it whenever, like you must have studied electronic measurement, that course. So we are going with the comparison or the characteristic, static characteristic as well as the dynamic characteristic. So static characteristic, what we have done, that we had find its static characteristic in terms of drift, and here we had like given some static load of different values, 40 gram to 1100 gram, and we have seen its performance, its output for the different static load, and we had measured in terms of the drift after the application of load. So here the drift error and the sensor output and the hysteresis curve, these two parameters we have taken for finding the static characteristic of the FSR. And the dynamic characteristic also we had measured, but before that, this repeatability error we had also find using a simple formula calculating the mean. And this is the n number for n number of samples, very simple. Then the dynamic characteristic, we have done some, used some experimental arrangement, and we had used the electrodynamic shaker for giving the vibration, accelerometer we had used, and we find that this is giving a flat response up to 400 Hertz, and the peak happens at 800 Hertz. That means it is because we want a flat response, a linear response, right? So dynamic characteristic, we had dynamic means that whenever you are disturbing any signal, the transients should die out after some time. So dynamic period, it should be very less. That can be tolerable by the instrument, by the device. So this dynamic characteristic is according to our like application, that is correct. Then we have drawn a similarity between the EEG and EMG and FMG. Now here you can see that raw EMG, how it is being converted into the envelope. Because of that precision rectifier, it is inverting, like it is rectifying. Here we are getting both the halves in the raw EMG, but here we are getting only one half. So that precision rectifier is being used, and here the filter is used, which is giving you basically this envelope. So envelope is very important because you have to use some motors or some driver to actuate the fingers and the thumb. I will show you next. And this was the FMG output. So it is much linear as compared to this EMG. Similarly, these I have shown for the 3 different contraction levels. This was intense, and this was less, and this was again very less. So you can see that as the EMG activity changes, this response output also changes accordingly. So depending upon the contraction level, we are getting the different output and different envelopes. And that is comparable. You can compare between this, and this. You can see the magnitude level. Again, we have done the SNR calculation for this EMG and FMG, and with the conventional, this what we had used, conventional EMG sensor. So that was for MyoWare, not for our. This is conventional EMG sensor, that was MyoWare. So here you can see it is giving much larger. In that case, in the EMG sensor, it was somewhere between 30 to 35. Here it is 43.42. That means FSR, or this force myography, is working more in terms of noise. So signal to noise ratio in case of this FMG sensor is higher as compared to the previous sensor. Now coming to the next part, so this we had just talked about the sensory part. Now coming to the next part for the whole application, for the whole prosthetic device, the next is the control command. We have to convert this linear envelope of EMG signal into the control command, which can be used by the actuator unit, that is the servo motor in our case, which will derive our hand. So initially, we had used two servo motor. One was for the thumb movement and one servo motor was 4 fingers movement. So here the movement was, the 4 fingers were moving in coordination with each other. So we were having only 2 positions, either open or close. Then next time what we did, that we added 3 more servo motors. So for individual finger and thumb, we have used the different servo motor. So in this part here, the control strategy which we had adopted, you can see here easily that it is the proportional control strategy. Gain is there in between this, which is after this we had used pulse width modulation, that generator, which is converting that linear envelope into the duty cycle of this PWM. So that is basically used. So that means basically what is happening here, analog input is basically converted into the digital output. So this is nothing but like microcontroller which we are using to convert it into the digital output, which is deriving this servo motor. So type of the servo motor which we are going to use, we are preferring for this MG995 we had also used. So we had used these actuators because, like I am saying, that we had with only 2 servo motor, we tried the hand. Then to add more gestures, we added 3 more servo motors. So the control strategy, if I define, like, yes, it can be based upon non-pattern recognition based, where only the, like we are saying, either open and close. So that is only between 2 threshold values. And if we want to go for the individual gestures, then we have to add some pattern recognition technique so that we can identify or classify the different gestures of the hand movement. So the first part is non-pattern that I have shown to you. Now, this was the prosthetic hand which we had developed using PLA material. Like I had already said that I am not a material expert, so we didn't work on the material side. We had done the instrumentation side and the processing side. So this was a 3D printed hand. So we had a socket where we can place whole assembly, that microcontroller chip and that all our servo motors. And the slings are basically used to derive that motors attached with these fingers. So this was our prosthetic hand that was attached to the actuator unit. So this is the control strategy. You can see here that I was explaining, that is shown in this figure. This was the FMG input envelope, which was converted into the various duty cycles according to the contraction level. So according to that, it is given to the next your actuators, that is the servo motor. So we have written a code on Arduino, and first we have done all this in the lab view. Then we have done, because we want a single device, so we have then written in the Arduino. And here, now coming to this real-time implementation of this classification scheme to the second part, pattern recognition. Presently, one of my research scholar, he is working on the using that image processing like classifiers for first recognizing the different gestures. He had done that work, but at that time we had used a very simple basic fuzzy rules to classify the different patterns. First, we had worked on 6 patterns. 6 patterns. To move the hand in for those 6 patterns, we need 5 servo motors. So we have attached to individual fingers, individual servo motors. That scheme I have shown here. And here, for the whole scheme to implement, if we have to classify the different gestures, then first we have to find the features. EMG can be like features can be extracted in both the domain, in time domain as well as the frequency domain. But for the real-time application, time domain analysis is time domain features are more important. So we prefer the time domain, and here just we had used 4 features at that time, but now we are using 10 to 12 features. But at that time, we had used only 4 features. Based upon that, we have designed fuzzy rules for recognizing the different patterns. So in this mean absolute value, root mean square, and integrated EMG, maximum value of signal, these 4 signals we have taken. Then this was the whole scheme, like pre-processing, after that feature extraction, and that features were used as a fuzzy logic classifier for defining the different levels or different patterns. These were the patterns: fine pitch, tripod grip, spherical grip, finger flexion, and cylindrical. These were the gestures we had used first. For this, what we did, that first we trained some object, sub-subject, and we had defined according to these features their levels, level 1, level 2, and level 3. So because we have to design some fuzzy rule, so on the basis of these levels of these different features, we have set the different rules, fuzzy rules, and this were the result we have obtained for the different features, and we had defined according to the level. And this was our classification performance for the different gestures. And but this was the offline analysis. As I have said, that first we have trained the subjects. So that was not real time. That was first rule was designed, and then it was implemented. So first we had done the offline analysis, and for this we have taken 450 trials, and the accuracy was like 100% for 2 patterns, and for rest of patterns we are having some less accuracy, but even though more than 90%. So the confusion matrix, which is the normal process we done here for the recognition of different hand gestures, and the statistical performance parameter we have done for finding the performance of this our fuzzy rule. For that, we have taken accuracy, sensitivity, specificity, and precision F1 score. That is our criteria. And After that, once we had designed a fuzzy rule and we done the prosthetic hand trial, the important thing is that we was not requiring at any time for 10 amputees. We have done the trial. We have a collaboration with Hyderabad based company. There also they are mainly dealing with providing the prosthetic hand, not always functional, but they are working with government. So we try there also. They have given us the subjects, and without any training, the person was not requiring any training and the prosthetic hand was performing well. So it's very important that if you are going for the real time implementation, so in that, if no training is required, so that means you can work in intra subject. So here we have tried for some daily living task for the person, and this was some of the tasks he had performed, like picking the bottle, grasping the object of different shapes, like a ball, and then a rectangular or a box, then also handling a cup, and similarly drilling machine. And this was like, again, I have shown here, this kid was having his right hand was lost. So so he was able to pick the bottle and drink the water. So that was not requiring any training. So that is the important point. And we had presented this project. It was like IIT R&D fair that happened in Delhi last year. And now we are working like here. We did not consider whether the object is hard or soft. But if we are using, if the subject is like grasping any soft object, then what will happen with the same force if he is handling, then what will happen that he will break that glass or some whatever the material is. So we are working on the feedback, because in there, if we are going for the proportional control scheme, which I have shown you, that was open loop mode. There was no feedback. Feedback was only the visual feedback. On the basis of the visual feedback, we are applying the force. Normally also we are doing this, but if the person is not able to see how the object is or not able to feel, in that case, some feedback will be required. So presently we are targeting on three, you can say, ways. The first is that we want to integrate this EMG with EEG, because sometime what happens that EMG signal that weakens because of not utilizing the limb. And if we are using it for long hours, then there is muscle fatigue, and because of that also EMG signal weakens. So EEG is always reliable, but it needs complex processing techniques, and the moreover real-time implementation, that is also the complex task, difficult task. So we are having now we are running a project that is this hybrid EEG EMG prosthetic hand. We are targeting only reach and grasp, not for going for different gestures, because identifying the different finger movement on the basis of the motor imagery signal. So we are targeting only the signals we are acquiring from the brain, not from the EMG. So we had collected the data for EEG And simultaneously, we had done the recording for EMG to validate that when there is EMG activity, the same time the person is thinking about to grasp the object. So we have done the processing, but we have not integrated it with EEG and EMG now at this stage, because this is our first year of our project, that is for this guide scheme. So this was our proposed strategy, that this upper part we had done, that EMG preprocessor feature extraction, but this EEG, for this we have done, but this integration we have not worked till now. So in the EEG signal processing, we have to first identify the different gestures on the basis of the finger. So main task is getting the signals like C3, C4, CZ. We have the different area from where we can acquire the imagery signals, and accurately converting it into the different, classifying it into the different gestures, that is a real challenge. So we are working on it. So we have done this till now. We had done up to this. We are targeting for integration. No, EEG we had not used till now for deriving the prosthetic hand, but we had used SSVP signal for controlling the mouse. That we had done. One project we had done, but now we had proposed that if like EMG, there is a fatigue in muscular activity in muscle, then we will be able to use it with the help of EEG signal. So we had purchased wireless EEG amplifier last year. So we had already acquired the data set. We have done the feature extraction, feature selection part, and classifier we have done. So we are getting, in 1 or 2 case, we are getting 85% accuracy. But in it depends upon person intention also, and the strength of the signal. So in some cases, we are getting only 65% accuracy. So we are still taking the data and we are validating our data. And this driver part is we have not done, like clubbing it with the prosthetic arm, that we have not done. Because first we have to convert that EEG signal into the linear envelope that can derive our actuators, which we had used for actuating this prosthetic fingers and thumb.
So it's a sort of simulation for when activities are there to pick something or to.
Yes, first the human think. If there is any thinking process, if there any command happens from the motor cortex area, then only that signal will travel to the muscular muscle fiber, and then that will happen. So the first point of generation is the EEG. So if we are able, like that can be used for brain computer, you can say brain computer interface. So if we are able to do from that, then it will be helpful for the person who are not able to move their limb according to their brain. Paralyzed, there can be the scope of other applications also.
Relation to of this type of nature of object, like drinking water. In case of coffee mug is hot or very cold, like type of nature.
This type of nature, like I had said, that still we are till now we are using the visual feedback.
And we'll go into
Visual feedback, because it will require another kind of sensor.
yes,
At the tip, you have to attach some sensor. Like we are now attached the force sensor here, so that it can feel the can give the feedback that what is the harder level of the hardness of the object. So that we had did, but for temperature we had not. Like if we want to go on adding the different type of activities and different type of gestures, then we will need more circuitry. So this is for the simple task, for daily like task, picking the object and grasping it, and then holding a bottle, drinking the water. So that was limited to this. No, like feedback we have to give to the prosthetic hand, not to the human. Like motors, the motors which are basically functioning, which should function according to the human thinking. But if the human is not able to think or decide that it is hard or soft, then that part should be done by the motor itself. Otherwise, on the basis of visual feedback, human itself, like we are able to control. So if the muscle activity is not there, then there will be no movement of hand or fingers or thumb. Yes.
Circuit diagram you have used in battery. Is it for the device to operate with
Yes, it was.
processor or any, you know,
Yes.
able to drive the processor?
No, that we had used as booster unit.
In booster also, plus P and minus P. It's the case of INA 120. It needs a power supply that is plus 9 volt or minus 9. So that would be obviously two independent power supplies.
But now we are having this INA. Now we are having that. I don't remember that name, but we are having single supply unit now. We are using that only. Yeah. Now we are using that single supply unit instead of using that dual supply. We are using that. We had changed that instrumentation amplifier itself.
What type of?
That is from SMD we had picked up. Actually, when we give it for the fabrication, they had suggested that you can go with the single instead of using the two supply unit.
And you have created a connectivity MG and data acquisition. Wireless or wired?
That was wire. With wire, because at that time we had used LabVIEW. That was done at that platform. That was for the validation purpose only.
So design a basic use in lab.
Yes, yes.
What are the major blocks to that?
Major blocks means
For signal blocks.
for signal processing, there we have that board itself, and then we have that data acquisition device there, and we have this signal processing unit here.
Kind of feature in your feature.
Yes, yes, we have. Or you can design your own also at that board. Because sometimes we are not going for the ready-made. Like in this, our case, we had designed. So we had designed our. So we had used our own component. So only the LabVIEW is giving you a platform where you can have the access on your signal and processing part, but rest of the circuitry is like breadboard you are using. Power supply you can use from there, and then you can have the digital output as well as the analog output in the LabVIEW. That is the only like advantage. Like when I had started with this talk, then from the biopotential signals, we had picked two signals, EMG and EEG. EEG is basically, it is showing the brain activity. When person is thinking to do some muscular activity, then there will be some signal generation, brain signals. So that is recorded in the form of EEG. So EEG is more reliable. Or EEG is the first level of signal generation where you can have that information. EMG means it is traveling through the neural impulses to those motor neurons which are connected to that muscle fiber through which you want to do some muscular activity. So that is the path, right? So EG is the first level. No, EG electrodes will be here. Yeah. That will be C3, C4, and that motor imagery where the person is thinking. So that from that part we will be acquiring the signals from the brain.
C3 or C4 will include motor activity or not.
Yes. So like
The movements of fingers.
yes, that is that requires the intensive work we are doing it, and for that we instead of using that 32 cap like electrode system, we are going for 64 and more. If we want, we can go with 128, so more close like signals you can pick up with the help of the electrode. So that is a very sensitive device. And again, sampling rate also matters. Like the normal EEG data acquisition system we are having in clinics also you have seen. So that is having very low sampling rate. But for this, we are requiring 1 kilohertz sampling rate. No, no.
The device what we are it would be
So I had from the Aerob Live M. Yes.
But the signals acquired in or more than that. One more. So it is what we are saying in our
Yes. Yes, yes.
not
Yes, because your system is having already signal conditioning unit there. So it must be having the pre-amplifier and the rest of the amplification stages. DAC is like DAC is not meant for amplification purpose. That is the data acquisition device. So normally when we are placing the sensor on the hand, we are not using any DAC. DAC was only used for validating it, right? For the first start of the project. But after that, when we had like sealed it or when we had converted into a single chassis, then there was no DAC. Because we have the pre-amplifier and then amplifier stage. Because of that, that gain is almost, I think, 3600. Yes. Different. That signal conditioning unit is there, which is basically having filter as well as the amplifier. That is increasing the gain. That we can measure using instrument. Skin impedance. Yes. Skin electrode impedance, I think we have one instrument which can measure that skin electrode impedance. Otherwise, you can, like here in this case, we have done the electrode performance check, not used any instrument. Directly we are measuring it. I can just show you that electrode performance. method, this was like we had not used any instrument. That was the method that based upon the quantification that was used for measuring that electrode skin impedance. Otherwise, we can use some instrument also.
Put together an action and that generated a
EG and FMG simultaneously. Not generated, but basically measured. No, there was no wrist movement. There was only for the grasping of object. Whenever we intend to grasp any object, then basically there is some tenderness in the muscle that is attached to whether our thumb or this. So we had placed just two electrode nearby area, one FSR and one EMG. So FMG and one EMG. Simultaneously, we had recorded. But placement is also important. Placement of electrode is also important. For which type of like gestures you want to measure the muscle contraction level. So it depends upon, it is basically depending upon the position of the electrode. Yeah, no, it's a standard. Not by trial, but it is a standard position. So when you are doing work in this, then you can go through the literature and you can find flexor like that carpal muscles where we should put the electrode. No, myo band is basically that myo arm band we are having. That is basically having the whole like eight. I think there are eight electrode. So it is 8 sensors. So it is basically all around the arm. But its sampling rate is very less. It cannot be compatible with the rest of the circuitry. Any other question? No.
Else would like to ask? Hand out? Feel free to ask. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for coming and delivering this insightful talk. I think it was a new value addition to our workshop because so far we discussed, many other things except EMG. EMG was the first thing we discussed, and very beautifully it was integrated with uses of EEG, with EEG and EMG both. So it's a multimodal sort of analysis that we talked in the starting of the workshop, that we can proceed in that direction to make whatever task you are doing, make it more reliable, or increase its uses or application. So in that direction, ma'am, this talk was very informative. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let's have happy. I think the tea is ready outside. So for today, I think that's the end of the session. Tomorrow we will meet again. Okay, let's join for tea. You think the form of somebody. You sent me a text.
Any kilometer. ये पेपर ठीक से तुरंत उसमें डाल। अभी तो है सब बाहर में ले जाएंगे। हाँ हाँ दूसरा तो हम लोग देखो तो हम लोग அதை எடுத்துக்காங்க. ஸோ இங்கே வச்சுக்காங்க.
Black. Man.
கொடுத்துருங்க. அதை கொடுத்துருங்க.
பகல செந்தில் இங்க அப்படியே ஒரு சப்பு மாதிரி இருக்கிறாங்க செந்தில் நான் என்னதான் பண்றது அவங்க வீட்டுல தம்பிக்கு கேட்டது 20 ரூபா புரியுதா 20 லட்சம் ரூபா கேட்டேன் ₹1 கொடுக்குறேன் ஏமாத்துப்பாங்க ₹1 கொடுக்க பண்ணோம் என்ன உங்க சிக்னல் கிடைக்கலன்றது அப்புறமேட்டா செந்தில் அவர் 1/2 நாள் கழிச்சு பண்றாரு கிளம்பிட்டோம் வெளியே வந்து பண்றேன் சரி நைட் நீ பெங்களூர் போயிட்டு எனக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணுறேன் சரி Sir, back side need to fill the bank details. Huh?
Bank this detail. Name and then say, what all right. Sufficient.
Then I have my.
Yes, yes.
सर यह फॉर्म कलेक्ट कर लो आप.
हाँ मैं वही बोल रहा
तो
हूँ.
स्टेपल है आपके पास?
स्टेपलर नहीं है.
एक काम करो, आप रिसेप्शन के पास बैठो,
हाँ.
वो उसके पास.
हाँ, यहीं पे ले लेता हूँ.
नहीं तो फिर वो स्टेपलर लेके आओ रिसेप्शन, मैं लेके ला के देता हूँ. आप लोग
किसी बच्चे को लिखा ना भेज देंगे.
नहीं तो मैं वहीं.
Sir, dot level of the
सर फाइल हाइलाइटर
dot amount.
स्टूडेंट होगा.
होगा. Total two बोलिए.
पुश ऐसे नहीं चाहिए. उसमें सिर्फ आपका नाम साथ वाला नाम वाला चाहिए. आप सब लोग एक बैठ के कोई बात नहीं. मैं आ रहा हूँ सर स्टेपलर और वो हाइलाइटर लेके यहीं आ रहा हूँ. आप बाकी लोगों को भी बोल दीजिए.
आप पूरा कर दो.
बड़ा में आना. ऐसे इधर बनाएंगे. सर रिलैक्स है लंबे में चीज ना पकड़ के हम लोग लाइब्रेरी लेकिन
ये भी नहीं है.
और வரீங்களா?
எங்க?
எங்க இருக்கு?
அதோ இதெல்லாம் ரெடி தான் இருக்கு.
Jungle safari है. Very tired. 2 hours. Just keep on walking. Keep on walking 2 hours inside the jungle safari. 2 hours.
Why you didn't?
Bus is available inside roaming bus, but you are not selected the bus. So initially they are dropping. Really, because of the design of this new city, excellent roads. I impressed very much with the roads first of all.
And
People are good, right? They appearance is good. I don't expect much, first of all. I don't expect much.
yes. पता है 90% हाँ भैया ले आइए गाड़ी पर गेट के सामने. हाँ आगे ना आप. हाँ कोई बात नहीं आप आ जाओ जल्दी. हाँ बारिश भी हो रही है ना जल्दी निकल जाते हैं. बारिश हो रही है रास्ते में.
You're staying in the local, right?
Yes sir.
Where?
From 2 hours. I can't. अभी आ गए.
धन्यवाद.
Nice.
Account number na idu phone save koi adu bank account hogi na
Just here and here is marker. This is marker.
no objection order
ज्यादा मोटी ना लूँ ना बता दे. कौन सा एंगल चाहिए?
लग रहा है कितने का?
हाथ हटाओ, हाथ मत करो। इस साइड में मेरे बच्चे खुश रहे पढ़ाओ। बस क्यों लग रहा है ना सच में देखो। मैं पढ़ाने जाऊंगा देखो मुझे बड़े खुश रहेंगे।
कितने प्यारे लग रहे हैं।
चढ़ा लो, आप ना बहुत चढ़ाते हो। मैं चढ़ाती हूँ? ये आप खुद देखो। नहीं लग रहा है? हाँ, आपने खींचा है ना। मैम को क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं। चलो चलते हैं। आपका खींचू एक? मेरा तो ये खिंचवा लिया था हमने। घर चुका है। देखो मैं खींचती हूँ, आप इधर आ जाओ 2 मिनट जल्दी से। ड्राइवर यहाँ पे यहाँ खड़े हो जाओ। अरे नहीं लगा मेरा मत करो। ऐसे लगना चाहिए ना अपना आ रही है। हाँ हाँ, बीच में रहो ना मतलब रैंडम जैसे हम पढ़ाते हैं। ट्रैफिक खड़ी होंगी गेट पे, गार्ड ना हटवा देगा। चलो ओके प्रतिभा। आप कब जा रहे हो हॉस्टल? ये बात मुझे हाँ। अरे कहाँ पे हो?
क्या हुआ? कहाँ गए सब? मैं तो वापिस आया आप लोग। वो आपने लिखा है, आराम से है। हाँ वो सब हाँ भाई, वो सब आप तो बोल देंगे, कुछ ना कुछ बोलने के लिए रखिए ना। जाते जाते नहीं नहीं वो सब वाला बाद में इनवाइट करेंगे उन सब के लिए। हमारे यहाँ ये बच्चे सफेद completed children form, please come to यहाँ पे फिर भी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक Specialization to the therapy.
B.Tech, and then 80. B.Tech is 60.
Electronic.
ये बस ये कहीं भी
ये नहीं चाहिए कोई बात नहीं हेलो टिकट को लगाया
या
आईडी कार्ड का तो वो उसके अमाउंट कितने मारन के प्राइवेसी का जो प्राइस अरे तो ये देखिए हाँ मेरे कॉलेज आईडी करेक्शन ये तो पता नहीं
Personnel for attending workshop 7 days. Bullet item.
वर्कशॉप हाँ मेडिसिन में प्रोड्यूस कर रहे तो वर्ड्स में लिखने में ये होता है ना कि एक सब्जेक्ट इधर उधर भी थोड़ा सा है तो कंफर्म हो जाता है कि ये इसका मतलब है ये आप दोनों का है अभी आप ना आप अलग अलग इधर तो उसके पास है आप उसको हैंडल कर लो फिर वो फाइल ही ऊपर है फिर जाएगा आप उसको मत करो होल्ड कर हेलो बैक टू बार लीजिए कहाँ वॉच को लिखना था अमाउंट को लिख सकते हैं लिखना है
Basically,
आपको पूरा उसको लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है
यहाँ पे
मतलब बस फॉर्म सबमिट कर देते दोस्तों को हाँ
नीचे में सही में कोई डाउट नहीं।
नहीं वही हमारे हाथ चला जाएगा तो फिर और वहाँ पे
देखो इतना हेडेक होता है कि वो एक बार खुद का 3,000 दे देगा अकाउंट से डील नहीं कर रहा।
नोटिस करवा दो कर पाता हूँ एक इंसान के पास में जाते हैं काट लेता है लेकिन ये सब काम नहीं होता आज तो बारिश होगा वो टैक्सी का भी है जो भारत अच्छा है लेकिन लेकिन जो जितना मिल रहा है वो फिक्स है
क्लेम आपका अधिकार है।
नहीं देखिए उसका तो रूल है उसके पॉइंट्स बने हुए
डॉक्टर वाला अपने हेलमेट आ
हैं सर उसका स्टेटस उसके रूल के हिसाब से वो देगा आगे DSPM
कुछ नहीं है
रेगुलेटरी से पहले क्या है ये सब डिटेल में चाहिए जो सब हम ये डिटेल पूरा देंगे मैडम आप तो
ना तो उसका किसका है वो भाई इसके लिए होता है लोकल अकाउंट से फिर आपको यूटिलाइजेशन 30 और रिपोर्ट भेज देना है।
अभी अभी yes में 10,000
ओके किलोमीटर साइड कर देना
बाकी मुझे
आप लोग साइड कर देना लेकिन
हेल्थ केयर से रिलेटेड हो रहा
अभी पिछले महीने अगस्त के बजट में मैंने फार्मेसी के साथ फार्मेसी सीरियस में गारंटी किया ड्रग डिस्कवरी आइए साइड
कहाँ मैंने एनआईटी में किया
आपका टीएडी
देखिए सर आए स्पेशली उस पे सिग्नल से आए पाओ होते रहते बिल्कुल नहीं मिले मटेन ही निकल रहे क्लास
छोड़ दिया
उनका
ये
7:30 का बर्थडे रहता
राइट है ना
राइट है
ये भी हो जाएगा
रिक्शा बुक कर दो हाँ भैया तो दोगे
ये तुम्हें
नहीं
गेस मत आ
रायपुर से मिल गया है तो फिर नंबर
कल घूमने गए आए तो कितना
ये कितना बढ़िया है
आधे टाइम यहाँ से बस में
हम लोग को आने के टाइम में उबर में
नहीं जाते हुए देख के लगा कि तुम्हें पास यहाँ का टिकट का क्या यहाँ से खड़े टिकट कहाँ से सारे सेक्टर 15 लेके आता
ऑफिस के सामने रुका होगा
अपने यहाँ पे ही अस्पताल नहीं है उसके आगे ही कोई वो वैसे ही चल रहे
वो एम्प्लॉय के लिए वो ले रहे होंगे ना करो जो आ रहा है ये भी होता है ना आपके
कोई उसने बच्चे आगे
वो वैसे तो सबसे पहले नहीं होता
ये आइडियली नहीं रुकना चाहिए
तो अब उसको नया रायपुर में क्या है ना कि ऑप्शन नहीं है तो जो मिल रहा है कहाँ
फ्लाइट का टिकट करेगा
दो प्रिंट आउट निकलेंगे एक में आपके नाम को हाईलाइट करो एक में उसमें ये दोनों का एक ही है एक काम करो ना एक ही फोटोकॉपी करवा लो फोटोकॉपी में वो कर दो ऊपर फोटोकॉपी हो जाएगा
वैसे मेरे हो कि तेरे?
अच्छा आप जा रहे हैं ना कल जा रहे हैं
पता नहीं लेने की बात करोगे इस पे अगर ले रहे हैं
total amount
depends on उनका भी डालते हैं
if they consider both, don't consider आपको मेंशन करूं W फोटो के बाहर इसलो
Witness करने पे
स्टूडेंट आईडी कार्ड अपना सबने अपलोड किया था ना everyone uploaded the ID card, institute ID card. That may not be required, but if that is required, we will take from there. So make sure अगर किसी ने नहीं किया है, they should send to email. We are not taking right now, but if you have uploaded there in drive at the registration, that is very fine. ठीक है? So if someone has not uploaded it, please send it through email. ठीक है? I'm not taking as of now. ठीक है? But make sure that is available there. This is place of name. Address instead of wrong road. That's why that is very important. एक बार check करो ठीक है? अब क्योंकि ऐसा I didn't actually the problem with there. And आपको इतनी मेहनत न करनी पड़े इसलिए let me tell you very frankly this workshop will support your TA with the railway and air ticket if you have done railway fare only equal reimbursement. तो आप अगर मेहनत लिखना है आप very objection but account section will process that because it is written there ठीक है so they will follow that now तो अगर इतने ज़्यादा आप मेहनत कर रहे हो क्या नहीं done and if it is not getting reimbursed that is after you ठीक है because it is very clearly written that third AC railway fare and equivalent if you are traveled through flight obviously the equivalent fare the shortest that is what is standard now ठीक है road support and those things they will not give type of section obviously writing will forward it to the account section but आपकी मेहनत थोड़ी बच जाए ठीक है
इसमें डीएम में डाल दे पीछे
नहीं डिफरेंट थिंग आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन स्लिप अच्छा सबने रजिस्ट्रेशन स्लिप वापस करना है
एक्नॉलेजमेंट आया था उसका
तो स्लिप सबने अपलोड किया सर
मेल मिल गया रजिस्ट्रेशन का प्रिंट डाल दे
अभी तक किसी ने सबमिट नहीं किया ना
मेल पे भी दिया था
वो भी आंसर तो रिक्वायर्ड में ऐड कर सकते अच्छा अभी जो जितने लोग मेरी इनको मैं कर रहा हूँ आप लोग वो जहाँ भी आपकी कॉपी है उसकी एक कॉपी भी आप लोग दे दो ठीक है इसलिए जो इसके साथ अटैच कर दो क्योंकि कुछ लोगों का था आई जस्ट रिमाइंडेड देम दैट रेफरेंस आईडी मस्ट बी वेरी क्लियरली विजिबल क्योंकि बेस्ड ऑन दैट दे विल ट्रैक you have submitted or not हाँ, ठीक है। इसका एक ही कॉपी उसमें लगा दो, नहीं तो इधर उधर मिस हो जाएगा, इसका इधर इधर के तो ये दो तीन लोग आपने उनका उनके तो आप एक ठीक है, आप काम कर दीजिए काम है, इसलिए मैं कॉपी से ढूंढता रहे उसको वैल्यू हमने भेजा आप जनरेट होता है नेचुरली स्क्रीनशॉट या उसमें reference, but make sure कि amount, date or reference ID ये तीन चीज that must be very much clearly visible in your transaction and to revert back your transaction fee. ठीक है, वो अपने इसमें डिस्कस करेंगे, that is only for TA DA is not applicable to TA is the ठीक है, वो make sure करो, मैंने जॉब में आया था वो that is also important. इसका निकलता क्या है
लाइट आती है
डबल चेक योर अकाउंट नंबर एंड आईएफएससी कोड, ठीक है, तो आपका पैसा नहीं आएगा। आइए आइए सामने आइए,
हाँ वो बोला
ठीक है कंफर्म कर Then I'll bring it. If night, till night. I don't remember. Correct. Just get the medicine for 2 days only. Stomach running. Only first.
कार है Okay. No, that was fun. Who said no? Yes. Chill, நம்ம ட்ரிபிள் ஐடி கான்செப்ட் நம்ம டெக்னிக் ஃபுல்லா இதே பண்ணாங்க கவர் மார்க்கெட் சொல்றது அது மேலே இது பண்றது செம்மையா கிராண்டா இருந்துச்சு இதுலயே பண்ணாங்க वो कहना तो कल भी थी नहीं हुआ था तो फिर कल आने थे कल मॉर्निंग मैं आपको एक और फॉर्म दे दूंगा ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है आपका Yes, sir. Stop it. Yes, ma'am. So I have extra three forms. पूरा पूरा अपना कंप्लीट कर दीजिए इसको मैं
You paid 1,000 rupees, that has to be included in this one. Here we did not take.
You can take
Should also attach the copy. It's only to using mail.
इसमें अटैच कर दो करके सबमिट कर दो शायद आप बोलेंगे बाद में कि निकाल देगी वो सही ये डिपॉजिट को एक प्रिंटर और
लाइब्रेरी खुला है बंद ये सब नहीं चाहिए
Did you take that 1,000 rupees printer? We will go now. नहीं मैं अभी एक पार्ट में that value ये कौन फिल अप होता है ये दोनों सेगमेंट फिल अप करके आप मुझे कर देना कोई दिक्कत नहीं अरे आपको लगता है कि आपके पास काफी वर्क लगता है इसको लगाना है जो लगाना टाइम मिलना ट्रेन कर दिया बस ट्रेन बस तो बड़ा ट्रैवल मैं आपको करके डेस्टिनेशन ये तो कल परसों आप 15 तारीख के बाद में मुझे अभी ये जो काम को नहीं थोड़ा सबमिट हो जाए क्योंकि ये हम हैंड ओवर कर देंगे अब एक एक कैंडिडेट के पीछे जाके कुछ मैसेज बड़ा कर रहा है प्रिंट आउट के लिए मुझे अगर आपके पास बैंक फॉर्म है वो सिस्टम में था तो वो 9 गोल हो गया आप अकेले एक टिकट में तो 2 लोग हैं दो के नाम पे आपको फाइल में पास है मैं टिक कर दूं मैडम आपको कुछ नहीं आपको नहीं करता है अगर के सुबह तक आपका बुक क्लियर हो जाएगा उसको पहले तो क्लियर हो जाएगा उसका करना तो चाहिए सारे डॉक्यूमेंट तो भेजिए इसका एक बार देखते हैं आना ये फॉर्म एक साथ इकट्ठा करके देखो इस फॉर्म को डिजाइन में कौन है सेम करके से तो डायरेक्ट टाइपिंग आप इसको अटैच करने आप बिल्कुल तो अटैच कर दीजिए आप जो भी ये काउंट हो गई आप इसको काउंट कर लीजिए
इसका चार्ज प्रक्रिया होने के बाद उनके आपको हम मैसेज में आपको एक आपका तो मैं टिक कर दिया था नहीं था अकाउंट में क्या मेरे को मेरे पीएचडी का पेपर अब मेरा पीएचडी का काम तो है मैं 15 दिन का जो गैप था वो फिल कर रहा वो बड़ा सा रिंग और जब अपन शुरू में करते रहते हैं नहीं इस वीडियो से मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता मेरा तो फ्लो छूट गया है वापस उसमें आना आपका भी जल्दी कितना हमारे पैसा नहीं छापन में है ना ठीक है पहुंचने के बाद छाता लेके आइएगा हम लोग जाएंगे ऐसा बोलेंगे कोई फ्यूल है उसको भिजवाना रात करके कैबिन से प्रिंट लेके आएगा प्रिंट निकालना बोलते थे कोई फ्यूल भेज देना क्या खा लेना फ्यूल को कर्नाटक के कैबिन से देना आप लोग बोलते हैं यहाँ अच्छा कभी देगा तो आप बहुत अच्छा हो और उसके बाद एक गैप होता है भी चेक कर लो ना उसके बाद का गैप वाला है इसमें आ रहा है नहीं चलो आप बैठते हैं लाल लाल फॉर्म है कहाँ आपके पास कहाँ जा रहे हो सीधा फॉर्म ले आ रहे पैसा नहीं दे काम का है लेकिन ना मैं पूरा कंसंट्रेट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ क्या है कि क्लास में बैठे हैं उधर का तो बड़ी में लिखना दिमाग आता है ये भी बात सुन गया नियम करना बात करेगा
Someone has been through listening
Waiting for. I said, your account has been credited by this amount. Still बस मैं देख के ना Photo in WhatsApp, sir, you forward it photo. First day को आपको link where link करो the teacher something in Tamil language, whatever keywords or something. When we come to Tamil Nadu, how we survive? Okay, give the call. Just give the call. When you are coming to the Tamil Nadu, what telling we will help you. Okay. We are in Chennai only. Definitely you are reaching 90%. Only family with Nagpur only. Okay. 90% Chhattisgarh. Next time we are going to conduct the program in our college. Yes. Definitely. I will invite all the people. Okay. After the hopefully. वो उधर सर स्टेज का रोल बहुत है
यहाँ पे हिंदी का नाम नहीं
इनके तरफ जगह को बोलते हैं अच्छा खासा वाइट वाइट में इधर तो पिंक
पिछला SER में आया नहीं एक साल से ज्यादा हो गया अभी तक देख लो
कैसे आपने ऑनलाइन नहीं तो आप ऑनलाइन जर्नी आपने स्टार्ट करी बहुत हमारा क्या इलेक्ट्रिक मैं भी बोल रही थी इलेक्ट्रिक मोड के साथ चलती है ऊपर लाइट ऑप्टिकल फाइबर कम्युनिटी टिकट में टाइम गूगल कर लेती हूँ ट्रेन का टाइम तुरंत अच्छा बोल रही है आपको हिंदी ढंग से आता है सर तो मैं बोल सकता हूँ जब जॉब लगेगी सीख जाएंगे autograph. I'm going to write your name then. Your autograph is in your my name in your letter. I identify the terminology of later differentiating formula. Kannada is very similar. Malayalam is Tamil similar, but the difference is broad. Wording is totally different. Overheat. How? It's burning out. When? Right. How? To overheat, all the things are burning out. How? Why? What are the questions I have to answer? Overheat. Body heat. I don't actually. I don't use AC. You are burning. Oh my God. So shall we take this now?
Yeah. It's working.
मेरा भी खींच देखिए अच्छा बढ़िया है ना हाँ बढ़िया
रिकॉर्डिंग लेक्चर होता है हाँ
देने के बाद
ऑफिस आ गया वो भी देगा और क्या ये तो फॉर्म भरना है
और देना
ये तो फॉर्म भरना है ये बताओ कि हॉस्टल से
ओके
बस हो गया हाँ हाँ बंद करना है
ये टेस्ट
स्टॉप करना है फॉर्म भरना था अब उसके प्रॉब्लम इज सबको अच्छा है प्रॉब्लम नहीं वो अपन सबमिट करते तो
सर
आज पानी गिर रहा है क्या फिर तो बैठे हैं यहाँ जा नहीं पा रहे क्या करें छाता भी आपके पास लोग कभी मजबूर हो गया please submit the form quickly.
I'll take. Okay.
Last one होने का time
What is attaching file? Just some attachment is going up. Yeah. Did you attach? Yeah. Trying to send it. Attachment is over. Shall I send a file?
I didn't enter it.
Shall I send it?
Destination I didn't send it.
Recipient. You capture? Yeah.
चलिए सर बता दो 5-10
To see the mics too. Okay. I'll try to. Capture. And this way, you have to stand. Okay. Sir, is it okay? Capture. No, I didn't say. Is it very away or very near? Little bit up. Little bit. The most important thing is the logo.
ये यदि किसी के नाम पे नजर जाएगा टिकट तो मार फोटो कॉपी
Realistic. So can I say something else?
height இருக்க மாட்டேங்குது.
இல்ல நீங்க நில்லுங்க நீங்க நில்லுங்க எப்படி இருந்தாலும் நடக்கும். கேக்கும். லாஸ்ட் ரூல் எடுத்து
Pose கொடுக்குறேன்.
இல்ல அதனால தான் நான் அங்க பார்க்க சொல்றேன். சரி.
आपसे वो लगे हुए हैं तो भी कभी कभी
கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி வரும். ரொம்ப வந்து
सर
கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி வரும். நான் கை வச்சு போறேன். That's right. Try to adjust your stop.
मैम जैसे वहाँ जाएगा अब अनडिफाइंड हो जाता है I think. खाली सिंपल
One person is allowed to try everything. Yeah. Only one person to go.
right so over that
I should look somewhere. So portion should have been.
इस one person हो जाता है
It's like this.
तो भी बच्चे फाइव भी होते हैं ना बिजली का अरे मेरे का मैंने two weeks have been managed 2 weeks 5 is degree का but we you वो प्योर बंद करना है कुछ कोई भी को बंद करना है तो भी करके
Sir.
you can put everything you record disable how much hour they want to give कल भी अपन फोटो खींच सकते हैं चलिए फोटो खींचने के लिए सबको बुला रखे आओ यहाँ स्टेज में तो कोई नहीं आ रहा है
Angle mana kasih?
PPT, ECT,
मैडम का पूरा पूरा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक
Hello, hello, hello.
ठीक है बहुत अच्छे से समझ में आएंगे।
તમારો હોય છે આપણે માહિતી
ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಸೆಟ್ಟೇ சரி காலேஜ் எனக்கு அதான் வேலையை செட்டு பரவாயில்ல அவங்க இது பண்ண அவங்க ஷூட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க அப்படியே ஆடியன்ஸ் பார்த்து
હસો મત યાર
यार हंसते में तो फोटो अच्छी आती है हंसो मत
પ્રોફેશનલ્સ लोग हंसते क्यों नहीं
ஓகேவா அது ஒன்றா இது பண்ணி வச்சுங்க அவ்வளோதான் எனக்கு அந்த ப்ரீவியஸ் லைட் போகணும் அதெல்லாம் சார் இது ஓகேவா இதில் அவ்வளோதான் சார் சாயங்காலம் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுற கூட இருக்கு நீங்கள் வாங்க
You're going to take? எங்க பார்க்கணும் ஓகே அங்க பாக்க Posting for the day.
Device needed.
ready
परफेक्ट मैच इस सब कंडीशन के बाद अपने आप को Experiment form. क्यों नहीं मारेगा? Sorry sir. अभी नहीं. वहाँ पे तारीख signature. रखी हुई है. लेकिन ऊपर सुबह के साथ जो होता है काम कार्य सब निकल गया. बच्चा लगे प्रोफेसर कर लेता है. ये ऐसे ऐसा नहीं होता है. ये एक्चुअली जानते हैं बहुत सही चीज. इसमें लेकिन ना मैंने ये वाला जो चीज है ना ये पूरा प्रोस्थेटिक ये जो अभी अपडेटेड दिस टास्क देखो अभी ये बंद है. फोटो खींचे
प्लीज फ्यू मिनट्स.
अच्छा आप ही खिंचा रहे
नहीं उसको पता है लेकिन ये पता नहीं आप कंटिन्यू रखिए. उसमें एक्चुअली क्या है ना सर ये जो हम लोगों के यहाँ पे जो दो होते हैं ना वो मोटर लगते हैं. एक मोटर जो सीधा केवल टू एक्सेस नहीं. मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है ट्रेन ने उसको कम्युनिकेट किया टू द मॉडल उसने ट्रेन कर राइट. तो वो करने कॉन्सेप्ट ये ऐसे जो होता है वो करने कैसे ओके. ट्रेन चार तरह दो तरह का मूवमेंट होता है. लेफ्ट से पूरा राइट का मोटर एक्टिविटी करते हैं और लेफ्ट से राइट को करते हैं. कोई भी अब वहां से क्या होता है मोटर एक्टिविटी का मसल्स में जाता है. ठीक है. तो ईएमजी जो है ब्रेन की एक्टिविटी
बरोबर.
अब यहाँ से क्या होगा कि सेंस यहाँ पे हो. उसने पानी की बोतल में लिया कॉफी कप में उसने उठाया. उसको ये पता चल रहा था कि आउटसाइडर था सुतेली को बिना जाएगा. एग्जैक्ट. तो वो कम्युनिकेशन वही तो ऑब्जेक्टिव है. ये कैसे वो कम्युनिकेट करें. अगर उसको सेंसर चाहिए उसके लिए सेंसरी सेंसर चाहिए. टेम्परेचर सेंसर सर ने बताया उसके लिए टेम्परेचर. अगर केवल अभी हम जैसे वो प्लग पे टूटे करंट लगता है सेकंड में करंट लगता है. तो वो तो ये तो आर्टिफिशियल है. इसमें ट्रांसमीटर नहीं है. ये केवल टेम्परेचर सेंस कर लिया. और जैसे हम रात में हो जाते हैं अपने आप नींद में पता चल जाता है कि ये हो रहा है. फिर हम उसको सीधा करते हैं. ये तो चल लेकिन अभी करंट तो बंद कर दिया. सेंसर क्या होता है वन वे कम्युनिकेशन डिवाइस. मतलब क्या होता है कि वन वे मतलब यहाँ से रिसीवर जो भी जहाँ इनपुट लगाएगा केवल वहां से भी सीरियल कम्युनिकेशन. तो मतलब यूनिडायरेक्शनल कम्युनिकेशन. जबकि हमारे यहाँ पे क्या है जो बायोलॉजिकल न्यूरॉन्स है बायोलॉजिकल न्यूरॉन्स मल्टी चैनल कम्युनिकेशन यूज करते हैं. जस्ट लाइक अ फाइबर मतलब न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर. ये जैसे हमारा हाथ है हम उंगलियां मोड़ते हैं तो ये हमारी उंगलियां बताती है ना कि इसको तेज ये हाथ है पावर करंट. तो यही सिग्नल मुझे वापस ब्रेन को देता है. इससे लास्ट टेम्परेचर सेंसर करंट भी इलेक्ट्रिक
but अगर इस
Hold on.
You can take the put your tomorrow. Every year only. Not here in this room. So you can submit this form, you can submit to me. And tomorrow you come with your form. Yes. Before you introduce with your father, I don't know. But we have an offering for, but we didn't know yesterday, a person was sitting in the hall. In hostel, you know, फिर जाके नाश्ता करके कपड़ा बदल के सोना उसमें मुझे वो
हमारे रूम के बगल में है, हम आज आपको लेके चलना है।
मैडम भिजवाएंगे तो मेरे साथ tomorrow I will submit form. अच्छा और ये सब क्या पता है
जिंदगी ऐसी होगी।
अभी तो आपकी जिंदगी हमारी तो हमारे ये मैं तो पानी भरने का वेट कर रहा हूँ मेरा इतना नहीं वो करता
मेरा क्वेश्चन
तो करेक्ट चीज आप फिर पाएंगे वो जो आर्टिफिशियल की नींव उसे सब चाहिए वन में कम्युनिकेशन इसके पास ट्रेनर वॉशिंग मशीन आप इनकी भी सेंस करते हैं उसके लिए किसी तरह की कम्युनिकेशन ये ब्रेन को कम्युनिकेट करेगा क्या है मशीन लर्निंग एआई है डीप लर्निंग एआई है न्यूरल नेटवर्क एआई है कंप्यूटर भी एआई है मोबाइल भी एआई है बहुत भी है इनको वर्क ऑन नॉलेज बॉडी टू न्यूरल नेटवर्क क्या है न्यूरॉन्स के थ्रू किस तरह का इनपुट दे रहे हैं सब डिसीजन ले रहे हैं बिल्कुल thinking to
on at the moment as we are working but सुविधा टॉपिक तो आज
सुविधा टॉपिक है उसके दो सेशन फर्स्ट सेशन
अंदर को पकड़
आज तो 3
कल मैडम का सेशन उन्होंने एक सेशन अपना लिया सेकंड हाफ में दे दिया कल एक सेशन में करो सेम टॉपिक कंटिन्यू हो रहा है डिसकंटिन्यू करो टॉपिक चेंज
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಬೇರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ
तो टॉपिक चेंज होती है कंटिन्यूएशन में अपन बोलूंगा कल मॉर्निंग एक बंदे का इनका जो 3 सेशन
अगर ऐसा हो तो मैं आपको ऐसा कल कर सकता हूँ
बाद में बताएंगे
जॉन सिटी में 5 मिनट पहली बार ऐसा पहले ही दिन कल आई वाज कमिंग फर्स्ट तो है
अच्छा आप सूरत है
पूरी रात में जगा था कॉल में बात हम उनसे आज के यहाँ पे जाते हैं मैंने आप सबको समझ के अनुमान
और सेम डे पे मैं आपको रात शाम तक फिर कहता हूँ कि आपका डॉलर था कि मैं शाम तक अपलोड कर दूंगा
और समझ में कुछ कर ही रहा था मतलब लेक्चर में जा नहीं पा रहा हूँ 7:30 बजे मैं निकला ही वहां मेरे unseen bonding is not fun.
कैसे लगा कुछ समझ में नहीं आता तो बैंक वाला से मुझे बोल रहा है कि वो दे रहा है मोमेंटो कैलकुलेट कर लो तो बढ़ाओ फिर वो दिखाया बोला अच्छा हाँ
नहीं निकल दरवाजे से सारे साथ बनवा काफी 6 इनपुट
कार का
कार बस ट्रेन और एयरप्लेन
मेरे को ना एक्चुअली और गाँव का पैसा
हमारे यहाँ पे प्रोजेक्ट
मंच पे रखा कीजिए, कमेंट तक की तरह जा रहा है। पूरा रात आ रही है। रिसेप्शन में भी सोफा है ना, वहाँ पे भी बैठ सकते हैं। उन पर आप बहुत
तो ये क्या मेहनत है सर? ये कुछ मेहनत नहीं है।
रुको ना, मैं कम करता है।
क्या
जरूर साथ
ये तो मिलेगा सर।
फिर 3 दिन बाद मैंने देखा, अरे मैंने हमसे